Cool. Perfect.
So I was having some technical issues with my speakers, but luckily my tech support guy's home. So it was like, great. Woo. Okay.
My newer computer, the other one that can put backgrounds, I just received notice that it just died, so I will be shopping for a new one this week. Next meeting.
Okay, Monica, go ahead and make an announcement.
Buenas noches a todos. Aquellos de ustedes que quieran escuchar la junta de la mesa directiva en español, por favor, opriman el icono del globo terráqueo y seleccionen el idioma español. Gracias.
Good to see you, Rob Felicano.
Good evening, everyone.
I see the other Rob all the time. It's good to
We have
see him.
great taste in backgrounds.
Yeah, you have good backgrounds. Yeah. Good to see you, Tara.
Good to see you as well.
And Vanessa, I'm sure is there. Oh, and Jocelyn. It's an all-star cast.
All right, it looks like it's 7 o'clock. Are we ready to get started? All right, I call this meeting to order at 7 p.m. I see all board members are present. We're now on to approval of tonight's agenda. Is there a motion?
I move approval of tonight's agenda as posted.
I'll second.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on this agenda item, please use the raise hand feature now. Aaliyah, are you seeing anyone? All right,
Not seeing anyone.
thank you. Board, any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to comments from the board and superintendent. And I can't remember what we did last time, Jeff or Isabel. Which one of you wants to go first? Jeff? So Jeff and then Isabel. And then we'll go Nancy and Bridget. So you can just kind of go in that order. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hold up for me to say I have nothing to report this week, so.
Okay, then I suppose my turn. Well, we've been having some meetings, checking out the students' learning groups. Has been very interesting, helping with the delivery of foods to some people who cannot get their food. And pretty much most of it, meetings with the board association thing that came during this last couple of weeks. Other than that, yeah, I suppose that's the only kids related thing to scout things, and yeah, going to school in general for the food and things related with the school groups. Thanks.
So I wanted to let you know that I sent in a long list of activities, but the one I wanted to comment on was how I spent my weekend. And it started on Friday, and I was a part of the California Association for Latino School Administrators 2-day conference, and it was fabulous. Lots of related work about equity, as well as focusing in on the special needs of English language learners, a lot of dialogue around middle school. I'll be following up with some some partners and connections around how they do their equity work in different districts to look for best practices. And I also had a meeting with the new Safe Routes to School coordinator, and I will be inviting our community advisory committee to meeting in the next week or two around that with supports. Bridget, you're up.
Okay, so I've been doing a lot of things with Isabel. We've been going, and Mike, we went to the supervised learning groups together, and also have been working on food delivery and volunteering in the classroom. I really enjoy that. It's basically the highlight of my week. So I just love it. Love working with the kids in both middle schools. And we've been doing some work on ledge action. So I think that with everything coming forward with legislation, they're just trying to keep us posted, but we don't have anything, any activities to recommend to the board, but I'm sure that we will. And I think the ledge brunch, if everybody can go, would be great. That's about it.
Thank you. The only thing I just kind of wanted to share out was, this is related to us indirectly, but just how the vaccination rollout in the state has been a little bit kind of frustrating. And when, because I think it affects our community and it affects our staff as well, right? So everyone was talking about equity in the vaccination rollout, and then it kind of became this, oh, let's just get anyone 65 and older. And so people got pushed back. And that just personally really frustrated me, because I was like, wait, we were going to do this right. So I sent emails to our state legislators and also to our governor, just sharing my concerns about it. Like, hey, let's please continue the hard work of getting the vaccinations rolled out in an equitable way. And it is I'm sure my emails didn't really do very much, but it does look like they're trying to kind of roll back the other and get those pieces in. And I had heard back from Mark Berman's office that they had, there was some letter that a whole bunch of legislators had written, and just that week he had signed on to that letter to the governor, just saying, hey, we need to do this in an equitable way in the communities that need it the most. So that was good to hear that Mark Berman was doing that. And then I just had two on kind of personal education things that I just wanted to share. One is just kind of the fun. This reminds me, this is like something Reed would have maybe shared, just that my oldest is in 8th grade. And so we are starting the high school journey. So like this week was the, where the high school kind of talks to us. And so it's just weird jumping into that. And then jumping into a new education system that's not our district, but in a way that I know more because I'm on a board. It's just kind of a fun, interesting adventure. And then the neat piece that I wanted to share was just having, as being kind of a teacher, right? Like my students' teachers are for sure their primary teacher, but with the kids being home, I do contribute to their kind of that teaching a little bit more. So I just had a neat experience with my youngest. Last week, there were a whole bunch of trainings, you know, at Ellis, they have that Readers and Writers workshop that we got the presentation on. And so that college out in New York did this like parent workshop. I also found this other thing. So anyways, last week I watched several videos, learned some stuff. My 2nd grader, I feel like, has been struggling with writing a little bit. So learned these great things. And so I sat down with him last Friday using these little simple, cool things. And we both did some writing. I walked him through it so he could like come up with all of his own ideas. Actually, this was on Thursday. We did that Thursday. And then I said, okay, when we set a timer, I said, tomorrow we're going to finish, like you'll draw your pictures connected to your writing. We'll do the revision. And he was going along, but I figured I'd have to kind of remind him. When class got out Friday at 11:45, I didn't even know this because I was working on my computer. He like comes in like 15 minutes later, Mom, I'm all done with this writing. So it was just an exciting, neat moment, right? And teachers, right? Like when there's a breakthrough, right? When the kid who doesn't love writing, you know, finds a way to love it. So it was just a neat experience I got to have with my youngest last week that I wanted to share. Sorry, I took a little bit longer. And then Mike, I don't know if Mike's going to mention it, but Mike and Bridget and Isabel are all tomorrow and Saturday going to do Masters in Governance. So bummer they can't actually be in person together, but hopefully they'll get some time to chat about that as well. So we're excited. Yay, Bridget. I know it's been canceled several times, so you finally get to finish it.
Yeah, it was 2 fires last year. It was like the smoke when it was in Sacramento, and then it was scheduled in Napa when they were actually having the fire up in Napa. So, you know, yay, this weekend. Fingers crossed.
And then with that, Dr. Gallagher.
Thanks. Yes, I was going to mention that what's kind of exciting is that Isabel and I are starting the journey tomorrow, and we're intersecting with Bridget as she's finishing the second to last of her legs of her Masters in Governance journey. So that'll be fun. A couple other quick things. As you probably remember, I'm the immediate past president of Sunnyvale Community Services, so I'm still on the board there. And Jeremy is the vice president, so he's the incoming president. He actually chaired the meeting this week, and it was a particularly interesting board meeting for Sunnyvale Community Services. They talked a lot about things, including their new facility, but they really went into detail about the programs they have for food insecurity and especially for housing insecurity, which is an issue that we're hearing more and more about from our families. And I left the meeting really impressed with, I forget, they have about a dozen different sources of revenue to assist families with housing insecurity. And they all have different guidelines and qualifications for them, but the staff there is really, really skilled and eager to help our families that are having challenges with rent. And the donations happily have gone up to help families, but so has the need. So I would just encourage anyone listening and just remind the community of the fantastic services that are available through Sunnyvale Community Services. If you're in a position to support them, I would always encourage that. If you ever have a question about how, you could talk to me or to Jeremy. And also, if you have families or are aware of families that need assistance, it's important to remember that's a wonderful resource. In our county, certainly, it's recognized as the most effective and responsive emergency assistance network in our county, and it serves the city of Sunnyvale specifically. So anyway, I probably went on too long about that. The other thing I wanted to share is some progress. I've been sharing this, make sure I get the right one. Yes. This is the chart that I check. This is the particular chart that I check once a week. This is the data that is posted on the county website regarding our county, data from the state posted on our county website. So as a reminder, we have committed to beginning our phased reopening plan once we've been in the red tier, once our county re-enters the red tier. And what that's going to do is it's going to start a clock, and we're going to, 2 weeks from that, we'll start with the first grade levels, which will be kindergarten and first grade. The only other caveat there is if the governor and or legislature come together and say that we need to include second grade for some reason, we'll see if we can include second grade in that first part. And then 2 weeks after we start the first group, then we'll go to the second group. But we have to re-enter the orange tier. So let me explain the charts that you're looking at here. This particular one is—
Hey, Mike?
Yes?
You said orange tier just now, but did you mean red tier?
I meant red, thank you.
Okay.
Always, yeah. Talking too fast. What you're looking at right here is there's 3 factors that get a county back or contribute to the county's tier levels. They are case rate, positivity rate, and the health equity metric. So you're looking at the case rate here. The solid line is Santa Clara County. The dotted line is the state, okay? And our we're going by the adjusted case rate. The adjusted case rate takes into account the amount of testing that's been done in the county. So if a county does more testing, they adjust the case rate downwards. In other words, they give you credit for it. So I'll click on the test rate. So you can see Santa Clara County is this teal line, or whatever color that is, light blue line, whereas the state is red. So we're considerably ahead of the state average. And so that's why our case rate is better than it otherwise would be. Okay, so that's the first factor. You can see we're still in purple. Here's red. Okay, so moving in the right direction. The most positive data point is the positivity rate. And so this is the positivity rate for test results. So when people go in and get a test, what percentage of the population is testing positive? That is moving down sharply to the point where we are actually in the, and I'm saying this intentionally this time, we're actually in the orange zone just barely for this one of 3 factors. And if you were to look at our county rate today, it's actually dropped even further. I think we're at like 4.1, 4.2. So we're moving really in a good direction in terms of all these metrics, but particularly the positivity rate. The last one is the health equity metric. And I think this is an important one because I think what this is intent, I can't describe exactly how they come about this, but the intent of this is to balance the effect of COVID in different parts of the county. So in other words, we know in our community, North Sunnyvale has been hit much harder than South Sunnyvale. Within our county, East San Jose and Gilroy have been hit much harder than, say, North Valley. So this accounts for that, but even with that, you can see that we're moving in a good direction. Whereas if we continue on this trend, we should soon be in the red tier, which is right here. So that's that data. Everyone can look at this. This is updated every Wednesday. So the data I just showed you was updated yesterday. It's encouraging that we're moving in a good direction. It also means that there's a little bit of anxiety in our community and certainly with our educators about, okay, this is getting real, that we're likely going to be implementing our phased reopening plan, assuming this data continues on this trajectory. So I just wanted to share that with you. And that's all I have.
Thank you. We are now on to item 4, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. If there's an official representative who would like to speak, please raise your hand. Malia, are you helping with that?
Yes, Wendy is here. Wendy, you want to go ahead?
Hi,
Yeah,
Wendy.
I wasn't expecting
Welcome.
to be put on there.
That was an accident, but yes, go ahead.
I don't know if I want to see myself on this. Okay, it's been a long day, but I'll go ahead and turn on the video. Oh, I can't. Okay, so good. I
We like
can't.
the cape.
Thank you. Well, that's what you get to see because the video won't turn on. But thanks everyone for having me speak tonight. I haven't spoken in a while, and it's great to see all of you. And I just wanted to share that yesterday a document was sent to the state legislator and to the media from, the state legislature and to the media from CTA and the other education labor organizations in California. It's called Classroom Learning in Safe Schools for Employees and Students. The acronym is appropriately called CLASSES. It's a pathway to bringing students back to schools. And I would like to just read a little bit from the beginning of that document for you. It says, California teachers and classified employees want nothing more than to be back in our physical classrooms and school sites and know firsthand there is no equal substitute to regular in-person learning. California schools are the heart of their communities. For many of our most vulnerable and underserved populations, they are lifelines. The educational, social, and emotional needs of California students, particularly those who often lack the technological and additional education support to sustain distance learning, are of paramount concern. The last year has brought unprecedented challenges to California students, families, and our educational and economic systems. School employees have made extraordinary contributions to our students and our communities. Classified employees have continued to serve on the front lines, distributing millions of meals to needy families, conducting contact tracing, reconfiguring school ventilation systems, we know that all too well, and providing childcare to essential workers. And teachers have adapted and overhauled curriculum for distance learning and have worked tirelessly with students and families to ensure continued engagement and education. Our collective work has been essential to the education, health, and safety of millions of Californians. As COVID-19 continues to mutate and threaten our communities with new variants and are more contagious and possibly more lethal, we remain committed to finding a path to safely return to in-person instruction. This path must be safe for the entire school community, students, staff, and school families. As CDC researchers concluded, the path back to in-person instruction requires an accompanying commitment to reducing community transmission of the virus. Safe conditions extend beyond the walls of our school sites. Tonight, I rise with thanks to the Sunnyvale School District, especially to Jeremy Nishihara and Mary Beth Allman for their continued work with SEA and our teachers. Some of the fruits of that labor are part of tonight's board packet. Much of what is written and discussed in this document that I just read from, I am proud to say is already being done in Sunnyvale School District. Before I end, I want to leave you with a thought. We have all heard the negatives of this pandemic, including the not so perfect environment of virtual school. We have even heard, whether it be on the news or in meetings or within the community, that students are falling behind. I'd like to suggest, there is no teacher in this district who doesn't carry the weight of their students' success on their own shoulders. But let's change our perspective. I have said many times in these meetings that schools have not been closed and there is no reopening. Only school buildings have been closed. Students are not falling behind, they are surviving a pandemic. They are learning resilience and the ability to adjust to change. They are learning life skills on how to face a difficult situation and make the very best of it. They are learning what the meaning of "we are in this together" truly means. And teachers are delivering that lesson to them. I talk to many of our members each week and I have seen firsthand the dedication, creativity, and determination they have to have in order to make the most of it. Teachers are also not falling behind. They are also surviving a pandemic. They have learned in a very short amount of time how to access new technologies and make them work. Lessons are more thought out now than they ever have been because we must maximize the time we have with our students to the greatest extent. It's a change in perspective, and there are many instances of success. They just might not be the same as before. Thank you, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Wendy. We are now on to item 5, comments from the California School Employees Association. If there's an official representative, if you could use the raise hand feature now. Aaliyah, you're not seeing anybody, right?
Nope.
All right, thank you. All right, we are now on to item 6, comments from the public. And as the reminder, this portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated to public testimony are 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. And as a reminder, there will be time for public comment on agendized items later in the meeting. This portion of public comment is for items that are not on the agenda. So if there are anyone who would like to speak, if you could please use the raise hand feature now. And I'll turn it over to Aaliyah to help us with all of that.
Okay, first up is Miss Chiarella.
Hello, good evening. My name is Grace Chiarella, and I'm proud to have been a teacher at San Miguel School for the past 6 years. Just want to raise tonight, provide some insight. Dr. Gallagher, you mentioned that as we see cases trending down, the idea of reopening is becoming more real and causing some more stress on school sites. And I just want to provide some insight that in the last 2 days alone, I've spent 4.5 hours in meetings about reopening with my teammates and grade level partners and administrators. And none of those meetings, anyone had anything negative to say about working towards reopening. People were positive about creating plans and very much can-do attitudes. But I've seen in the last 2 days, in those 4.5 hours, colleagues reduced to tears with the stress of planning not only for today, but also for a vague future. And those 4.5 hours were hours we did not spend planning for our classes this week and next week. It was for things that are happening, we don't know when. And I recognize that this kind of living in two worlds is inevitable due to our commitment to reopening, and that there is definitely going to be a period of time where we're working on the students we have in front of us right now and the students who we may have on some time to come. But I would just implore the district to consider putting an end date on this period of stress, distress, uncertainty, unfocus. It's very difficult to live not knowing when we won't be living this way anymore. And putting an end date on this onslaught of meetings, these planning meetings, we're working very hard, but have that voice in the back of our head saying, will this ever happen? We've been working really hard for something that we can't know will ever come to fruition. So I think I've heard from colleagues and friends that it would be greatly appreciated if we could hear a date. If we're not in red by X date, we will not plan to reopen because right now I'm imagining restarting, getting new students with 70 days left in the school year. Will I still have to do that imagining when it's 60 or 50? And that's a much different envisioning and plan. So I would ask that the district please commit to a date or a point of no return, you could say, so that
30 seconds.
We're not trying to live two possibilities at once in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing any other raised hands at this time.
All right, thank you, Aaliyah. We are now on to item 7A.
Oh, I saw someone pop up. Ania Buva or Vina Buva popped up like right as you were.
All right, we can do the other one. Aaliyah, do you want to help us with that?
Yes, Vina Buva, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, I am a parent of 2 kids at Fairwood Elementary School and 1 at SMS. I just wanted to kind of add on to the previous comment, the person who commented. And since there are only, like she said, 70 days left in the school year, I find personally that my kids have come to accept, their schoolwork and being at home and doing the virtual school, and they've all gotten into a routine. And I just find that now, if we were to, in the next few weeks, plan to go back to school in the classroom, it will be actually very disruptive to them. They've all gotten into a certain rhythm and way of studying at home, and they've all of mine, I feel, have been pretty successful at it. And I know that I have been able to help them, and I'm very grateful that I've been able to do that. And I know that's not the case for everybody, but I'm just wondering if there will be a way that we can, allow for kids that have been able to do this successfully to continue doing that at home and take the burden off the system a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then there's one more hand, Snyder Galicia. If you'd want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hola, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Yesenia Morales. Soy madre de 2 alumnos de middle school, de Sheila y Snyder. Primeramente quiero agradecer el apoyo del distrito escolar y a los maestros de darle la oportunidad a uno de mis niños de ir a clases virtuales en la oficina o en la biblioteca, perdón. Y me gustaría que me pudieran tomar en cuenta a mi niño de 8º grado que va a pasar a 9º grado. Me gustaría que pueda asistir con su hermana a las mismas clases de la biblioteca, en la biblioteca, perdón. Y y me gustaría también que me pudieran apoyar con lo que es el transporte de traslado de casa a escuela. Me gustaría que me pudieran apoyar con eso. Agradezco el apoyo y la atención que le han otorgado a mis hijos. Ha habido un avance porque una dedicación, los maestros le han echado muchas ganas y además de eso quiero agradecer también el apoyo con la comida a la maestra Miss Waxo, que nos han apoyado con la comida alimentaria y y más que nada me gustaría que pusieran en cuenta mi opinión del transporte para mis niños, para que por seguridad y por más que nada por que no tengo la posibilidad de traslado. Muchas gracias por la atención.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Galicia, what we'll do is we'll contact your principal, the principal of your children, and make sure that they reach out to you to address the issues that you brought up. And I appreciate that you bring them up here today. Thank you.
Is there any more raised hands, Aaliyah?
Not at this time.
Okay. We'll give it one more moment and then we will move on. Okay, we will now go on to, and thank you for all those who spoke. We will now go on to item 7A, the report on Bishop School. We are excited to have you all here. Wish we could see you in person. Someday we will.
Thank you. We look forward to that day, hopefully sooner than later. Well, good evening, board, cabinet, staff, community. It is a privilege to be with you this evening. And so before I get started, though, I just wanted to let you know that I did add a few slides just to address some of the questions that were asked earlier this week around data. So I just wanted to let you know when we get to that point. But before we get started, can I go ahead and share my screen, hopefully? Let's see here. Okay, here we go. So before we get started, I'd like to make a few introductions to my marvelous team that has joined me this evening. I am surrounded by some amazing people, and I want to make sure that you know who they are. So one of them is Jocelyn Aoyang. She is our reading interventionist, and you'll hear from her a little bit later on in the presentation. I'm also surrounded. Vanessa Bobbitt is our instructional coach, doing an amazing work with our teachers, and you'll also hear from her. Rob Felicano, he's also new to Bishop this year, and so you'll hear from him as well. And then, of course, myself, Tara Lebrano, the principal at Bishop. So before I'm going to turn it over to Rob in just a minute, but before we do that, I wanted to highlight last year we didn't have the opportunity to get to come before you and celebrate some of the greatness that's been happening at Bishop. So I wanted to go ahead and tell you about that now briefly. So at the end of last year, we were awarded the Lighthouse School Award for the work that we have done with Leader in Me. And this just really highlights leadership skills that our children have been able to utilize, and it shows how they've been able to lead their own learning, they've been able to assess their own skills, they set their own goals, and they carry out action plans. And so we're just really excited to be able to have this honor. And then because of that work, we were also awarded the Hoffman Award at the end of last year. So I just wanted to be able to highlight those two great accomplishments for Bishop. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Rob, and he's just going to kind of talk through what our program of choice, especially since we have some new members.
All right, so good evening, everyone. So I have the pleasure of being able to introduce our program of choice here at Bishop, which is known as the Leader in Me. And this program was designed by Stephen Covey and revolves around the 7 habits of highly successful people. And this overall goal is to create a culture of student empowerment and to allow every child to become a leader. As a Leader in Me school, Bishop teachers and staff align our practices into 3 specific areas I'll explain on our next slide. First and foremost, Leader in Me schools focus on 3 key practices to positively impact student learning. Our goal is first centered on creating a culture of student empowerment. Next, to teach leadership to every student. And to finally align each of those systems to drive results in academics. One of the coolest things about Bishop this year, and just in general as part of our culture, is our shared leadership model. So Bishop has many teams that you may be familiar with from your work throughout seeing other schools in Sunnyvale School District, such as grade level leads and district leadership teams. However, one very unique aspect of the Bishop community is our commitment to shared leadership model outlined here. Thank you to Lucid Charts. Through our shared leadership teams, all staff members have the opportunity to impact vision and growth through culture, leadership, or academics. As mentioned, these teams are known as action teams. And through them, all stakeholders have the opportunity to voice their opinions and ideas benefiting, most importantly, our families and our students. Teachers and staff who lead by facilitating these 3 action teams serve on a very important team known as the Lighthouse team, which Ms. Lebrano mentioned. We are award-winning. Another team we are very proud of is the one led by Bishop's own instructional coach, Vanessa, known as Lead Meetings. At this point in time, I will turn it over for our next part of our presentation to Vanessa, who will continue to explain how Leader in Me is integrated into our Bobcat community.
Thanks, Rob. So as we thought about going into this year and these unprecedented times, as we keep calling them, we thought about coaching and making sure that there are lots of opportunities for teachers to access coaching. One of those is our lead meetings. So every 6 weeks, the administration and coaches and teachers in their grade level teams meet for what are called leaders evaluating and analyzing data. We started looking at what we call APE, it's our favorite acronym, which is attendance, participation, and engagement. So we looked at sort of entry points for getting students engaged and really ready for academic content, starting with attendance, making sure they were coming to school, then are they participating, and finally, are they deeply engaged? So that we could get to a place where we were talking about academic data and ensuring that every student's making progress. We've also focused on making sure that our professional development isn't a one-off. We really want professional development to become a partnership, whether it's a partnership with me or a partnership with our paraeducators or their other classroom colleagues. We really wanted to make sure that every PD opportunity is really meaningful. Okay. We also, of course, have coaching cycles happening. The pathway to coaching for teachers right now looks very different than it may in the classroom. So those coaching cycles in some cases are shorter, in other cases they're longer depending on the needs of the students in the classroom. We've also done book clubs. We just wrapped up one with our favorite author at Bishop, Kelly Boswell, using one of her newest book, focusing on reluctant writers. We found that writing has needed to be a focus this year. And then, of course, collaborative planning has been an ongoing focus. So thinking about virtual school, virtual learning, and things that have been going really well, we've had lots of successes. And as Rob mentioned at Bishop, we look at everything through the lens of those 7 habits. So as I was talking to teachers about what's been going well and what has been a challenge, things were very easily chunked into those 7 habits. So some of our successes are to be proactive. We have a really proactive staff. And along with that, we found that 21st century skills are in context. Kids are really living the vision that we had, maybe not under the circumstances we would have liked that to happen, but our teachers have been incredibly proactive in making sure students have those skills. We've also seen an increase in precise communication, both among colleagues and student to teacher and teacher to student, as well as parents. Put first things first. Our teachers have become very good at increasing leadership opportunities for students. And of course, becoming even more resourceful than they were already. And teachers can solve a problem in a second in real life. Virtually, teachers can come up with 6 solutions on the spot, which is really exciting. And I think kids are also coming up with lots of solutions for problems. Think win-win. We have a really positive community at Bishop, and I think we're all thinking about how we can ensure that everyone is winning when problems arise. And then seek first to understand, then to be understood. One of our teachers said she felt like every day her empathy muscle was building pretty aggressively because we are in a unique position where we really have to think about the needs of everyone around us and make sure that we're really understanding what the needs are. And we do talk a lot about challenges. And so we want to make sure we also talk about the things that are really challenging, and 3 habits really stood out for us. The first one is begin with the end in mind. Grace Chiarella at the beginning mentioned, like the unknowns are really hard right now, and they continue to be really difficult. Next to Synergize. That's been hard given distance and missing touch points, both with students, colleagues, and parents. It's hard to get everyone on the same page with such distance. And then finally, the one that's been most difficult has been sharpening the saw. So sharpening the saw means finding balance in all things and really taking care of yourself. We're finding that overwhelm comes really easily right now. Time is hard to come by and balance is really difficult to achieve. Okay, so we're just going to take a little time to provide a data snapshot. The first piece of data that you're just going to take a look at is just an overview, a brief overview that is, of our kindergarten and first grade reading data that we collected. The data was collected in obviously, data has looked different in the virtual setting and has been that going back to some challenges, but this was collected in trimester 1. So I'm very excited to see what is going to transpire for trimester 2, which we're getting ready in the next few weeks to start assessing our kids. But as you can see, our kindergarten and first grade, we have, and we can definitely highlight, we have a lot that are approaching 60%, and we have many first graders at 49% that are not where they need to be. But when we look at also looking at those needs, I also want to celebrate where we are, being that we've, been in a virtual type setting for almost a year. We do see kids that are exceeding 30% in kindergarten and then 27% in first grade. So I also want to draw attention to those as well. And then we went ahead and just separated our ELs specifically because Bishop is made up of approximately 48% of ELs. And so I think it's important to take a look at what that looks like. And so kindergarten, again, we see that 72% approaching, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to see an increase in meets and exceeds once we get the trimester 2 data. So this is basically a broad overview of kinder and first, but now I want to take a little different approach to some of our 2nd through 5th grade data. And I call it more like the granular data so that you can get an idea of more individual students and where they are. So 2nd grade, this was their first year to take our star reading data. And so that assessment is given online. Oops, let me go back here. And so I took actually 2 students and I took their beginning of year assessment that was given to them in August, September timeframe, and then what their trimester 1, so about the November timeframe. And you can see that although in virtual setting, we do see growth that is happening, and that's what we want to look. We're looking at that progress. So 1.5 represents first grade 5th month. So that's what the grade equivalency means. And so going into that trimester 1, that particular student then would be at a 2.0 or at a 2nd grade level, just to give you a little clarity. And so our 3rd through 5th, very similarly with that granular scope. Our 3rd grade, as you can see, we have many ELs represented in our snapshot. And trimester 1, again, looking at, where they started. And actually this particular, because 3rd through 5th grade have taken the STAR assessment prior to this year, I was able to pull the same data that they took back in 1920 at the same time to the 2021 school year, so that we could see that growth is happening, maybe not at the rate that we want, but it is occurring. Okay, so some of this is in reference to some questions that were asked earlier this week. So one question had to do with the subgroup data, specifically around our low SES and our Hispanic population. And so here we have what the beginning of the year looked like for that particular demographic. This is an average of each grade level. So you can see the beginning of the year and then to the trimester one, keeping in mind that the beginning of the year is, August, beginning of September to November timeframe. Okay, so I'm sure you can see that there was some, minimal growth, if any. So we do have a plan that I will go over later to talk about how we plan on addressing that. And then the last subgroup was the special education. So going back to that granular piece, as you can see, these students, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, took the same assessment last year. And so I went ahead and drew the comparison for 1920 to 2021. And you can see again the growth that was made even in that year. So that's exciting to see for Bishop. Panorama data. So we gave the panorama data to our families, students, and staff, and the percentage there is the amount of parents and students and staff that participated in the survey. And one of the things, and I know this addresses another question that was brought up to regarding the particular panorama data. And so some of the things that we chose to narrow it in on more, where are the students right now? And then compare it to where they are, the district average. So that being said, we looked at virtual learning. And right now, 72% is, or when they took this back in September, it was a favorable experience. And that was slightly lower in the 3 categories that were selected is because they were below the district average. And so 72% was our favorable percent for virtual learning. Student engagement was 70%, and again, below the district average, and as well as challenging feelings. And the greatest distance that we had from the district average was 63% for challenging feelings, but the greatest difference was student engagement, which fell 12% lower, which happens to be our greatest opportunity for growth. So this is where I wanted to take a minute and just take a step back and present 2 case studies very briefly. Because one of the things I love about Sunnyvale, I've been able to be a part of the community for the last 7 years. And the one thing that I love about our district, because I've worked in other districts, is our focus on the whole child. That social emotional learning piece is very near and dear to my heart. And knowing that kids are, these data points that we're looking at are one factor. But I also like to look at the whole picture. And so I know you've heard the term, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So I wanted to take a minute just to paint a picture of 2 of our kids at Bishop. And so the first one I wanted to talk about tonight, this first case study is, and I went ahead and these are pseudonyms to protect confidentiality, but this is my friend Marco. And Marco's been with us since kindergarten. He is currently a 4th grader and he's 9 years old. He's also an English language learner that was born in El Salvador. He currently lives with 10 people. When asked to tell about himself, he said that he loves his family, that he's good at playing soccer and playing video games. And then when I asked him what are some of his goals for himself, and one of them he said was he wanted to pass high school and college. He wants to be a YouTuber, like I know many of our kids do. And that he had the goal of he wanted to save the environment and change the world. Lastly, before we ended our session together, whatever, he said when he becomes successful, he wants to help his family pay rent. That was one of his things that he considered being successful. So here's Marco's data. So I went ahead and I wanted to show you what that looked like. So Marco, again, has been with us for an extended period of time. He, second grade is when they start taking that STAR reading assessment. So as you can see that, you know, he made some significant growth going into 1920, but then obviously 2021, he's not made as much growth, or he has declined a bit. And Marco's actually been a part of our Tier 2 intervention, which we'll talk about just in a few minutes. And although this is one factor for Marco, his intervention data tells a little bit of a different story where, and I'm not sure how familiar you are with the letters represent a reading level. And the O is where he was in 1920. And right now he's at a Q. And so fortunate for Marco, we got to celebrate him because he got to exit intervention this year because he's on track for being able to be at grade level by the end of the year. So we consider Marco a success story, and he's a delight to talk to. Our second case study is a girl that I'd like to introduce you, and we'll say she's Sarah. And Sarah's a first grader that is also an English language learner. She's in first grade, 6 years old. And if you ask Sarah what she likes, she would say she likes unicorns and Elsa. Like I'm sure many of our first graders. A little over 2 years, she lives with, by the way, she lives with 8 people. And she likes to climb trees and fences. She likes to run fast. When you ask her if she's a leader at home, she tells you that she's a leader by cleaning her room and paying attention. But she's disappointed that she can't ride a skateboard like her brother. Her goal is to play on the playground. Unfortunately, when we were sitting there, she was looking at the playground that was not opened yet. And so she looked at it and she's like, that's what I want to do. And so that being said, what you don't know about Sarah is that Sarah's mom passed away about 1.5 years ago. And so during that time, they struggled. So Sarah has been in our intervention as well. And Sarah, unfortunately, did not enroll in kindergarten at the beginning of the year. And we all know that, and there's been a lot of focus on early literacy, and we know that that's important. And so she's missing that chunk of early literacy. She enrolled in 12/2019, which is only 3 months before school closed. And so during that trimester 2, she was at an A, which is a non-reader, basically. And so she's currently still in intervention, but we're seeing some progress. And that's what's exciting, is because now she is able to access text. Looking at our intervention data, you'll see the same. And by the end, just for a little context, she needs to be to a J by the end of first grade. And so we know that we have some work to do with Sarah. And so I'm going to go ahead, and we have an amazing intervention team. So I'm going to turn it over to our interventionist, and she's going to give you a little insight into what happens and how she structures intervention.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to share about our intervention program that is unique to Bishop Elementary. And I wanted to give you a little bit of context. Traditionally, when we were in school prior to the pandemic, our intervention program, which we call RISE, would support our students 4 days of the week for an hour each day. And if you can see in front of you the image of a life raft, we are the life raft for our students. And currently, intervention in this virtual world occurs during the asynchronous time on Monday, Tuesdays, or Thursday, Fridays from 1 to 2 p.m., which all parents signed a permission slip to enroll their students. So as you can see, we had to shift the amount of time that we could service our students, but we are so fortunate and grateful that we can still provide this support for all our students. There have been many things that we have learned along the way, and especially during this unique school year in virtual teaching. And I'd like to talk about 3 key factors we have landed on that's been impactful to the success of this current Bishop intervention program called RISE. The first key factor is the team. That goes back to the shared leadership model. All kudos goes out to the shared leadership in this entire school: teachers, the intervention team, parents, support staff, administration, and the students. This program is not just about our intervention team, but supporting our students has been a collective effort amongst everyone. Each of us on the intervention team, which includes our 3 highly trained and skilled paraeducator teachers, Candace Ellings, Teresa Titus, and Diana Brueggemann, are also liaisons to our designated grade levels. And so that is something new that we have started this year. This has definitely fostered collaboration and communication between teachers and our team that is anchored in both sharing qualitative and quantitative data together. The second key factor is relationship with students. Our time, effort, and intentionality in building connections with our students in RISE is represented in the consistency in which 70% of our students are proactively logging into RISE during their asynchronous time, sometimes 15 minutes before school class starts. And I have just one story to share as an example. In trimester 1, our intervention team created individualized videos for many of our students to celebrate the effort and their hard work we are seeing in RISE. We had several families share that they were truly touched by the words and the actions of sending the personalized videos to their child. This filled not only our bucket as teachers, but also the students and families we serve. The third factor that I like to highlight is consistency. And one of the habits that we are consistently practicing in the intervention program as a team and with our students is habit 3, which is putting first things first. And so we always do this 3 things: face on screen as much as they would like and can do, listening and engaging in the work, which is reading, writing, and speaking. RISE comprises of 4 instructional practices of connecting all skills of learning to read. So students receive individualized reading goals, strategies, and direct feedback. They also practice their writing where they connect their understanding of the text to written words. This is the connection with what Vanessa is also doing with teachers in the classroom. That's the connection between what's happening in the classroom and in intervention. Thirdly, students are practicing their phonological skills, phonics, sight words, and word skills. And fourth, students are practicing their verbal language skills. We have a lot of English language learners in our program. So communicating verbally and discussing with each other their understanding of the text in a deeper way. Also, there's consistency in the way our intervention team is communicating with everyone: staff with our grade level liaisons, parents via Class Dojo and phone calls, students direct feedback, and during the RISE time. So I'd like to talk about our intervention data. This is just a snapshot of our data from trimester 1, which shows the total number of students we service in each grade level. And in trimester 1, it consisted of 7 weeks of instruction. And this year we are implementing an intervention timeframe that falls within each trimester. And we also implemented a mid-cycle assessment week without interrupting our instruction, which is thanks to our intervention team and our classroom teachers for the time to assess these students so that we can monitor the progress of the students we serve. So there, as I said before, there are 2 RISE class cohorts. Each class is for 1 hour during the asynchronous time. And these results are the results of the reading level growth based on the 7 weeks, 14 hours of instruction in virtual RISE, in addition to the support each student received. I'd like to point out that although there's still work to be done collectively, we're celebrating the growth that is shown, even in the midst of this unique virtual teaching setting. And I'd like to reiterate what Tara said. I'm excited to see what trimester 2 is after we have done the mid-cycle trimester 2 progress monitoring this past week. I'm excited to see what the final data would be in trimester 2. So thank you everyone for letting me share.
Okay, and the last part of it, I just wanted to go over our, Jocelyn spoke to the intervention that we're continuing the work around, and we're going to continue that work because we know how important it is. But we've identified some key components to our road to recovery. So I just wanted to share those with you this evening because we're already planning for what next year is going to look like. And so some of those things is our professional development for our teachers. We know that that's going to be important. We know that multi-tiered systems of support is also going to be a key factor, as well as our parental involvement. We could not be where we are right now, just seeing the growth if it hadn't been for parents. And I think that is truly crucial to the work that we're doing. So under professional development, the focus that we really want to hone in on is our intervention support, and not just with Jocelyn in those tiers, but also within the classroom. We really want to also keep a laser focus on our English language development. We've done some data analysis around our kids that are at risk, and we want to make sure that we're targeting and getting kids to reclassify before leaving us in fifth grade. And then our writers workshop has been truly an amazing effort on all of our teachers just to inspire writing. We want to make sure, though, with all of this, that we're continuing the work around equity too, and we're doing all of this with an equity lens. Under multi-tiered systems of support, Vanessa alluded to this earlier about just our strategic data analysis. We want to make sure that our decisions and our next steps, interventions are rooted in data. We also want to continue that work around intervention and also providing opportunities for enrichment for our kids, because we do think that that's going to be an important factor going forward. And then just with parental involvement, we want to make sure that we continue the work that we've done this year around the communication, around education, and around engagement. And so just really continuing those pieces. Oops. And although I know that we have a lot of work ahead of us, I want to echo some of the things that I've said as well. Like, we're not looking at this from a deficit mindset. We know that our kids have gained such skills this year, and so have our teachers. They have worked tirelessly and really embraced growth mindset. And so together we know, and I'm looking ahead with an optimistic lens, that I know that we're going to lead together at Bishop and we're going to inspire change. So I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity this evening to be with you and to share the greatness at Bishop.
Thank you so much, Tara and team. Public, are there any comments on this presentation? If so, please use the raise hand feature now. All right, I'm not seeing any. Aaliyah?
Not seeing any at this time.
All right, thank you. Board, is there any comments or questions on the presentation? Isabel?
Yes, I have a couple of them. First, yeah, I see the improvement in the numbers, and I think that is great. One of the things that I learned last year when I visit the campus, which is a beautiful campus and a beautiful school, is that you do have a very special connection with your community and with the parents, and you have made a lot of relationship with them and I think that's one of the best ways to get out of the negative numbers and bring families together to help with everybody who may somehow fall behind. But I was wondering, how had that worked during these pandemic times with the separation? How have you been able to reach the families to know? Because I mean, we all know that there is a lot of need and a lot of very intense issues going around. Most of your school is economically disadvantaged people, so they might be in the wrong end of the stick, like the ones that got laid off, the ones that are in a extra stress. And as Michael said before, there are a lot of services there that the community is giving, but like if you don't know, it's like they don't exist. So I was just wondering, how is the relationship with the community right now during this pandemic? I was also wondering a little bit, and this is not for Bishop, this is also an issue in all the socioeconomical disadvantaged schools that we have, like when there is a majority of that population, that there are always, and again, it's not you, I'm sorry, you're here. You are doing a great job, and I see that your numbers are going amazing, but it's like, I know that there is a big part of the community that is just falling behind because life is extra tough and life is very complicated and has been very tough, not just now, but now it's like 10 times more. And we do have all these wonderful intervention programs, and we are trying to help. And I feel that there are always numbers that, when we say that there is a 49% of the population that is behind grade, that's alarming. And when we say that 79% of those kids are minority groups, that's like another alarm thing, like really equity. Why are these kids behind? Obviously, we can imagine all the background of the stories, what is happening in their house. Again, it's not Bishop's fault at all. It's society fault in general. So you who are in the front line, fighting hard for our kids, what else can we do as a board? What are the studies? How can we not leave 49% of our kids in disadvantage, in learning disadvantage? What do you recommend that we extra can do? What other programs as a board we can bring for you, so we don't let these kids be even farther behind than the rest and losing on all the opportunities that are for them, that we are there? How can we serve you to do better? What are you lacking for us, from the community, from the schools? And a lot of this is, I mean, as you see, the child as a whole is also the, if they're in a one-room apartment with too many people together, it's a very stressing situation to be trying to pay attention at school. So we are putting the learning groups, which a lot of them are doing very good, but then maybe not all the kids are going. So how can we make all the kids that need to be there going? Apparently 49% of your population need to be there because they are behind. So how can we make that work? Do they need transportation? Do they need to know more about all the services that the community is giving to them so they are not in such a stress? Do we need extra something that we are not giving you? How can we make you the number one school? How can we make our minority kids be the number one kids? How can, what is lacking? What is the thing that is not working? And how can we work it out?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think first, thank you for wanting to continue to support and provide resources. I know that our community really appreciates that. And you're absolutely right. I don't know if we know one right answer, right? We're continuing to do the work. And I think the biggest thing is that building relationship piece. I know that just even between our group that is present here, I mean, all of us have gone to homes and visited when kids are not showing up, even for our learning groups. or making sure that they have the technology, or I know Jocelyn's gone and dropped off intervention books at home, at their house when they haven't come to get them. So I know that those things are definitely happening. We have an amazing outreach, liaison where parents call, and our social worker that is constantly, reaching out to families. So I wish I could tell you right now exactly what we need. But I appreciate the support. And as again, my first year, in this particular position, I will definitely let as I learn more, I will definitely reach out for more, resources as we continue to move forward. But I do think a big part is our relationship building with families. And I have to be honest, right now, parents are still afraid of sending, even those kids that have 10 people or living within a large group at home. They don't necessarily want to send their kids to school right now. There's still some fear and anxiety, even though they might know that's what's best for them. There's still some apprehension. And I think that's just going to take some time as we move forward and, recover through our current situation. I don't know if that helped answer or not.
Yeah, thank you. And about if you've been able to keep that great relationship with the community during this time also. Mm-hmm. Good.
Isabel, you're saying you want a little bit more about how they've been able to keep up the relationship?
Yes.
Oh.
Like I suppose it has been challenging, of course, but how they been able to do it, and if that could be a way to make successful the student groups, for example.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know technology has been a barrier, right? And it's more than parents, especially in that particular group, tend to not work through the technology piece. Just knowing how an iPad works, right? Knowing different settings in an iPad, that is a barrier for some of our families. And so one of the ways we've addressed that is we have tech appointments. Whenever parents need, help, they're able to call the office. Rob has been amazing at, making sure that he hooks them up with additional hotspots if that's needed, because that's been a challenge too. Again, sometimes we take that stuff for granted, right? Like knowing how to connect a hotspot to a device, or how to go into settings and how to be able to change a username. Some of our families don't know how to do that. And so our outreach liaison, she works with them constantly about like how to log in. Class Dojo has been our number one communication. Luckily, most families have smartphones, so that has been to our advantage, because then if there's an app, right, and the app then pushes them notifications, and so they're able to see things that way. So I think that has also been a tool that we will continue to use. But at the beginning of the year, getting families connected on that was another challenge, because they didn't know how to get it downloaded, or they didn't know how to sign in with the class code. All of those things that we're addressing, as we realize that they are a barrier. And does that answer it a little more thoroughly?
Tara, could I also jump in and include, so I'm new to Bishop this year, and our office staff and the relationship that they have with our community is phenomenal. So Rosario, Monica in the front office, I can't tell you the number of times they've helped me connect to families that I struggled to get a hold of. They are relentless in helping us to connect. And then as she mentioned, Guadalupe, our outreach coordinator, is just, I don't know what we would do without the three of them. They have been incredibly, incredibly helpful in helping us to connect with families.
And then I'll also chip in and add, just as we have these relationship conversations and phone calls, it's always phrased as a partnership. So again, as we shared, we have a shared leadership model at Bishop, and that extends also to key stakeholders, which of course are our families. And so I'll let Jocelyn maybe talk about SSTs a little bit. And so how we reach out to families, not only for attendance, but letting them know that we're there to support them and help be that social dynamic and that collateral as we are moving forward, to help support and minimize any of those barriers that Tara mentioned that could be popping up, whether that is a literacy barrier, a language barrier, or otherwise tech barrier. We're all about it at Bishop in order to minimize those roadblocks and then to overcome them together. And of course, that relies on a strong community in order to make that happen. And so our teachers, for example, they go above and beyond in messaging at all hours, going through and messaging on Dojo, going through and making sure that we have our outreach liaison translating documents and making sure that, of course, anything to make our families more comfortable are present. And so I put Jocelyn a little bit on the spot, but to talk about SSTs and how she has been able to lead our teams in order to help highlight those different conversations with our families.
Yes, we've actually, I'm excited that we are able to have these conversations, and I like to call it conversations versus meetings with our families, because it is a partnership. It's a shared leadership, and shared leadership includes our families. And so those have been very enriching and energizing conversations with the families, because it is about the holistic view of the child and also the family included. And so not only is that a space to talk about what are the struggles and the strengths of the students, but also checking in with the family, like how else can we support you? What other resources do you need? So those have been really fruitful and energizing meetings to have with the family. And I have to add on, I know all of us here that are present for our Bishop, we have been able to make those relationships and connections because of those home visits as well. And parents see that as just a really authentic connection between the school and seeing that as a partnership.
Thank you. Board, is there any other questions or comments? Bridget? You're muted still.
Thanks for your presentation. I enjoy going out to see Bishop, whenever you're open, when you had your events, but in the past for the Leader in Me, I really enjoyed those days. And I really, I think the campus is really beautiful. I had a couple of questions from the notes that you sent us. You mentioned, we talked about lessons learned from the supervised learning groups. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that you said was that sometimes if students have any like COVID-like symptoms, that they would, parents would prefer not to have their child tested, that they would just keep them at home for 10 days. I'm wondering if it was because of, like if on-site testing would have helped with that, or they just didn't want to test. Was there any feedback around that? Because I didn't understand quite the answer.
Sure. My understanding is that they didn't want to, because we would provide places that they could go and get tested, right, as an option. But many times they would choose for whatever reason not to do it. Now, not in all cases. There are some that would bring documentation in, having negative results. But there were occasions that parents would decline and just keep their child home for 10 days and then send them after the quarantine period.
Okay, and then I saw elsewhere in our packet comments that we'll get an update overall on, more supervised learning groups like the staffing, but how many children do you have on the wait list now for a supervised learning group?
So right now our focus has been, bringing the kids back in person and reconfiguring those classrooms, but we do have a list that will probably end up being revised of more like intervention kids so that we could make sure that we're targeting those learning needs. We currently have a group of 14 kids who are at maximum capacity for one group. We're ready. We have a list already put together of 14 kids for the other group, but it might change based on who comes back in person, and then we'll have to adjust as necessary.
Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was the Panorama survey, because I did notice when I read that survey that Bishop was the school with the highest percentage of kids who reported that they were hungry. Mm-hmm. And I saw that you do have a lot of services. You know, I know you're doing the daily meals. I know you're doing groceries. I will say for groceries that those grocery meals, you know, the boxes are often, they're planned for families of 4. And I know like in many of the families are doubling up. It sounds like the 2 examples you provided of students, you know, as a highlight, one was a family of, I think, 10, and the other was a family of 9. So these are bigger families. So those groceries, you know, don't go as far. So, you know, what I would like to make a motion for as for the board, like for you, would be like as and so here I'm talking to our equity focused board, is I would like to make a motion that we increase the part of the food that we have control over, that we increase the district sponsored food for these families, because not just because of hunger, but because of the subsequent learning loss and trauma that's caused by lack of food in the home. Because I did look at the data that Mike sent out this morning to us as a follow-up, and it looks like when I look at the numbers that were sent and you divide it down to how many bundles of food were served, it looks like it's about the same since fall, about 160, 170, maybe the top was 180 in December. But in general, it's kind of hovering there. And if you have anywhere near as many low income kids living with a low income family life, right? If you have that as many as you did in 2019, you have 340 children. So I mean, board, I would like to make a motion that we get on this as a district to increase our output of food there. And I don't know what that means. I think someone would I don't want to be prescriptive, but I'd like to know if I could get a second to discuss that as an option.
I second.
Well, so we need, so I'm gonna need some help, Mike or Jesus, on logistics. So you can't really make a motion because this is not an agendized item. So I don't know exactly, would this kind of be just a, does the board want this on a future agenda? Would that be how we do that, Jesus?
But we can't make a motion because we're discussing the services. We're discussing the services for Bishop. And we're discussing their.
So this agenda item is a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not an item that we make any actions on.
Okay.
So, I mean, so I think there are times when we can direct staff to get us some information. So I don't know if there's something that we could do along those, we could maybe just think along those lines. But again, I don't know logistics stuff very well. Nancy, did you have something you want to pop in on the logistics there?
So this is a presentation. We are not taking action on this. So making a motion about an action would not be appropriate at this particular juncture. I'd invite, if you want to put something on the agenda for a future meeting, that would be something that we could take action on. It may be worthwhile to take this to our board development meeting next, our next regular meeting, and talk about how we would want to address our agendas and understand the structure of that, of when to make a motion and when not to make a motion, and additional pathways.
Okay. Well, I'm very interested in this as an agenda item for Bishop specifically, since they seem to be struggling with food insecurity and subsequent learning loss as a pressure. So I apologize for making a motion. I'm still learning the ropes on that, but you know, and it's in no way a criticism of your team or even, you know, the district, but I would like to dig on it a little more, because the last data point we had was, I think, October. So
yeah, Bridget, you don't ever need to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you've done really well is articulate that this is an interest, and Isabel, in your seconding it, we're getting the idea that this is an important idea for you that we should probably bring back for further discussion.
Yes, and we'll be doing food through the summer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yep.
Yeah. And you know, when you mentioned the numbers, we've been working a lot with food insecurity and bringing it a lot into, well, in the foreground and background, and even been delivering food to kids who cannot actually go and take it. So this is, if we have about 348 kids who normally have special prices for lunch and are having help for eating in a normal year, but only 170 are actually reaching these services. I think it would be great to know if it's because they're going to a different school, is because they cannot pick up the food, is because they don't know the food is still there for them. Why? I mean, are they going hungry, or they just got lucky lately and haven't needed the food? So is there a way to know what's happening with the rest of the kids who are not going for the lunch? Are they eating?
Yeah, these are good questions for the study session.
Okay.
Now, if I may, Bridget, I also wanted to bring up when you were talking about just our SLGs. And so one component that, another shout out I wanted to give on behalf of the team present here is for our partnership with Dagmar, our district nurse. She's always been on call whenever we have a burning question about how to make sure that we're following protocols. And then additionally, Natalia, our health assistant. So she has done all outreach as well and tracking. And so to build upon what Tara had shared, if a family has questions about any processes about where to get testing or resources, Natalia is our point person to make sure that they have all that information in English and in Spanish. So that way they can make an informed decision based on what they would like for their child.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board, is there any other questions or comments on the presentation?
I just want to say, as a member of the north side of Sunnyvale, I really appreciate the campus and how we've been able, even in the pandemic, to still come together. And I still see that it's a vibrant spot within our community, even though we're all not there. So I appreciate you being those lighthouse in more ways than one for our community. And thank you.
Oh, and I really hope that you get murals again. Like, I really miss those. I thought they were really cool, and I thought they were just like, you know, they just seemed like they were very like almost like organic, like they all had their own little message and their own thing going on, and it was just like just very positive and, you know, connected. So maybe going through with the community planning murals or something, or working with the kids or doing project-based learning. Like, I can't wait to see. I feel like when I look at your walls, I feel like they're a blank canvas. You know, I don't think of them. I mean, I know they're nice colors. I can see it behind Rob, but I mean, I really feel that way because I remember somewhere in my mind, I remember those cool murals. So I just hope that, you know, whether it's a community-based project or kids or something, that some of that comes back, because this is part of the history and awesomeness.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I just want to kind of quickly share. I really appreciated the balance of, you know, sharing, you know, we want to talk about, you know, the good things that are happening, because lots of good things are happening at our schools. But I also appreciated your willingness to, you know, share the data that didn't look so good, right? That the numbers in some of those areas are not going up, right? And so I just appreciate, I know everyone's working really hard and it's hard to look at that data, but if we really want to do this equity work, right, then we do. So I appreciate the balance, and I appreciate you guys willing to dig into those harder things and figure it out. And I appreciate it, like what Isabel said, right? And I think you know that we are a board who will support you in that hard work. So let us know for sure. And thank you so much to all of you. And then the huge team behind you, all at Bishop. We appreciate all of you. So thank you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks.
Okay, we are now on to Section 8, review and action. And we have a lot to go through tonight. So the first one is 8A, the public hearing regarding the initial interest statement of the Sunnyvale School District Governing Board and the initial interest statement of the Sunnyvale Education Association for the 2021-2022 negotiations. And I think I'm turning this over to Jeremy.
Yes, good evening, board. Good evening, everyone. This sunshine and public hearing for the initial proposals from Sunnyvale Education Association to the district and the district to the Sunnyvale Education Association is the first step of the negotiation process. We are ahead of the game. Everyone might be thinking we're trying to finish up 2021, but we've already closed. So this is actually for next year, 21-22. And as you can see in the documentation, there is a shared interest between both parties, given COVID and the fact that we would have to negotiate over online, that we are going to roll the contract forward a year and then just tackle salary as a joint interest together. I do want to point out, want to apologize on behalf of the district to Wendy Smith. She was added as a panelist to the Zoom thing, and we inadvertently booted her off, and she can't get back in. We were inspired by Bishop's tenacity of their program. We tried 3 or 4 different ways to get back in. So she is watching us on YouTube. So I just wanted to say thank you, Wendy. Sorry about that. And the fact that Aaliyah wields a lot of power. So we should all respect and fear Aaliyah's ability to boot us from the webinar. So anyway,
Sorry,
so
Wendy.
so Michelle, this is a public hearing component, but yes, this is the first part of our negotiation process with the Sunnyvale Education Association.
Thank you. So no motion, we do the public hearing first, then the motion, correct?
That is correct.
I open the public hearing at 8:32. So if anyone wishes to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. Aaliyah, are you seeing any?
None at the moment.
All right, we'll give it just a moment longer. All right, I close this hearing at 8:33. All right, now we do the motion, correct?
Correct.
All right, board, is there a motion?
Sure. I recommend that I make a motion that the board approve the initial interest statements of the Sunnyvale School District and acknowledge the receipt of the initial interest statements of the Sunnyvale Education Association for the 2021-2022 negotiations.
I'll second that.
Board, is there any questions or comments?
I appreciate the relationships that we've had in the past, and especially in this time of additional challenges. Our cooperation, our mutual respect and trust serves us very well, and I'm very, very excited about how interest-based bargaining moves our community forward, and looking forward to another robust level of discussion and outcomes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ditto. I'll just say ditto. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to 8B, approval of the Juntos Middle School pathway. And I believe Mala.
I'm here. Good evening. Good evening, board. I'm here to bring back our proposal for the Sunnyvale School District's dual language immersion program to take place at Columbia Middle School. As was shared in the presentation at the last meeting, the program will offer a 7-period school day model to respond to the interest in having all Juntos students have the opportunity to participate in an elective. We definitely heard from the community and from you about the start of the zero period day, and we are exploring range from 7:30 to 7:50, kind of 7:40 being a sweet spot, to not also too negatively impact the rest of the school. So we're trying to look at the whole structure, and we are asking for your approval of the model for this program at Columbia Middle School.
Thank you. Board, is there a motion?
Sure. I move that the board approve the model for the Juntos Dual Immersion Program at Columbia Middle School.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. If there's any public who wishes to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature. I'll turn it over to Aaliyah to help us with public comment.
Yes, I see Lori Thomas has her hand raised. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
No. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. We're very excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Me too.
Thank you. Aaliyah, you're not seeing any others, are you?
Not seeing any others.
All right, thank you. Board, is there any questions or comments on this item?
No, I'm super excited about the middle school pathway. I think it's going to be great.
I'm just very excited to see that the program has continued to grow and that we're able to offer a full experience for those in the beginning cohort, and looking forward to building it out over the next couple of years, and the additional articulation that will take place with the high school district when they have these super biliterate kids coming to them.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, and grateful for all the hard work that has gone into, right, as we're transitioning to the middle school.
Definitely.
Okay, any other comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes.
Thank you so much. I think it's a testament to the work of the San Miguel Juntos teachers for really creating and sustaining such a successful program. So I give them a lot of credit as well. Thank you,
Yeah.
board.
Thank you. Please share our thank you with all of them.
Certainly.
Okay, we are now on to item C, approval of the middle school reopening schedules. And am I turning it over to Jeremy?
Yes, I'm back. Before you is the approval of the middle school reopening schedules. This was brought first to you on January 7th during the board meeting, and then we were able to provide an update on our plan on the last board meeting on January 21st. The presentation that is attached is the same. We've had a chance to kind of vet that, and the school sites have had a chance to make meaning of it. So it is the middle school version of our return in-person planning, which augments the elementary plan that was passed in the fall. So if there's any questions, it's the same presentation, same schedule, same document that was presented.
And if I can add, I should have said this at the beginning. I think I said at the very beginning of the meeting, I talked about how once we're in red, then we would start kindergarten and first grade. We also would start sixth grade at that time.
All right, board, is there a motion?
I move approval of the implementation of our middle school plan for returning in person.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, public, if there's any comments on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. I'll turn it over to Aaliyah. Thank you, Aaliyah.
Yes, Vina Buva, we have, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. So I have a 7th grader currently at Sunnyvale Middle School, And my concern has to do with the ventilation at the school. I guess going back when he was in 6th grade, when there were the fires and the air was really terrible, it was a huge concern. You know, the kids had to, and we were going through a heat wave simultaneously. The doors and the windows had to be shut, and there was no AC, and it was horrible conditions. And we were told that, you know, I just didn't want to send my kids to school, in fact, because it was so terrible. And we were told, well, you know, there's nothing that can be done. And so I hope that ventilation, and knowing that, you know, COVID has been known to spread due to poor ventilation and that sort of thing, filtration, etc. Has that been acknowledged? And is there a plan to improve that at Sunnyvale Middle School? Thank you.
Thank you, Vina. And then next up is Tammy Qualls. If you want to go ahead and unmute.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, I think I muted myself too fast.
Oh, thank you. Yes, so my name is Tammy. I have a 3rd grader at Fairwood as well as a 6th grader at SMS. And I just want to second what Vina was saying about ventilation at SMS. I feel that it is totally inadequate, and I haven't heard anything that it's been looked at or improved since what we experienced there during fire season. So I'm really concerned about reopening schools, especially the older schools that have very poor ventilation. The second thing I wanted to say is that they've shown that COVID spreads usually less frequently in younger children. So it was my understanding, and I think the understanding of a lot of us parents, that they would reopen kinder, and then if that goes well, then the 1st grade, and then so on and so on. So we were all expecting that 6th grade would occur after 5th grade. So I think this is a big shock. My mom's group is kind of blowing up right now. This is a big shock that they could be opening 6th grade as early as a couple weeks from now. So I just wanted to point out to that. And I think they're showing that the rate of infection is higher in the older kids. So has the district looked into the safety of that at all? And I would love a response to Vina's ventilation point and to the age of COVID point, if the board could respond.
Actually, Mike, do you mind if I jump in, or Michelle, do you mind if I jump in first? Because I think I want to clarify, maybe I went too fast. With the 6th grade cohort returning, it's going to be very targeted. And so maybe I will take a half step back. If you recall, we've been having conversations since the fall on the potential models on how it would work to bring back middle school. And I want to credit much help from the instruction department, Mala, Christina Ballantyne, Mary Beth also, and then the 2 task force teams from CMS and SMS. So the returning plan for 6th grade middle school that's in front of you really focuses on 6th grade students who are not accessing the virtual program. So we are looking at 1 cohort of students from CMS and maybe 2 from SMS who would be targeted to return, given the fact that this would be the amount of students we can accommodate, kind of an equitable view in the sense that those students who need the in-person instruction the most. And so that's maybe I can frame that. I just want to make sure that it doesn't get out there that all 6th graders are coming back in an X amount of time. So then as far as the facility question, Mike, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Jeremy, I just want to follow up. The 6th grade family, so our last presentation, you had shared with us that it was just a very small group of 6th grade, and that 7th and 8th grade would just be supervised learning groups.
That is correct.
The 6th grade families, that if we're able to do this return to in-person, have those families already been contacted so they are aware?
Yes, they're in process of contacting. Exactly. And so, yeah, so I just want to make sure that that was the first piece of information to allay everyone's concerns about returning to middle school. So,
yeah.
And Michelle, we have one more question. So I don't know if we want to finish the questions and then have our responses.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, is we'd go through all the questions and then we would check in with staff about answering them.
Okay, so should I go to the next speaker?
Mhm.
Sylvia, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Stoikov, and I currently have a first grader and a sixth grader. And both of my kids are in the independent study program. So with having schools opening and probably in fall, more schools will open. What is the future of the independent study program? That's it. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia.
Aaliyah, that's all of the public comments, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so I know we have talked about ventilation in the past, but if Rob could kind of share, I'm assuming it'd be Rob, the best one for that, to share a little bit about ventilation. And then I don't know if that would be you, Dr. Gallagher, about future of independent study. I mean, we probably don't know at this point, but then maybe you can touch on that.
Okay.
All right. Michelle, would you like me to start with the ventilation piece?
Yes, that'd be great. Thanks, Rob.
So I want to just first off start by thank you for the great question. Actually, a good opportunity to provide some clarification around really two different scenarios. One being the scenario where you have smoke outdoors, and then the second scenario being trying to take advantage of a air filtration system to use that as a layer of safety to help reduce the possible transmission of COVID. So during a fire situation, or when you have a very low outdoor air quality index, or actually a high outdoor air quality index, which translates to it not being good, some of the things that we have to look at can go as far as shutting down the amount of air that we're drawing in from the outdoors. And then in a situation where you don't have air conditioning, not all of the rooms in Sunnyvale School District have air conditioning in the rooms. As we've been going through modernizing our schools, we are adding air conditioning to the schools that didn't have it. The majority of our schools were built in the 60s, and that was not the thing to have at that point in time. However, we're pretty far along through the process of adding air conditioning to the schools that don't have it. So at least the temperature would be at a more comfortable level for the occupant when you do have to reduce the amount of outside air that's drawn in and close the doors. Now, to use the air filtration system as a layer of safety to mitigate the spread of COVID, that's an entirely different component. So they're recommending that you increase the amount of outdoor air that you're drawing into the room through opening the economizers more. And what that is in our residential systems, you're essentially just recycling air inside of the house. You know, you have your return air, and then it pushes out the cold air or the hot air if you do have air conditioning. In a commercial situation, you actually are drawing air in from outdoors. So it's a little more of a complex system. But the filters that we've installed throughout the district are at the MERV 13 or higher rating, which is what both ASHRAE, that's an institution that is a kind of an advising institution for mechanical design and other design professionals, in concert with medical professionals, to a MERV 13 or greater rating, and that the rating of the filter in a forced air system is actually what is doing the filtration of the air. So even in a room where you don't have air conditioning and you have forced air, like forced air heating, you do still have the opportunity to filter the air the same regardless of whether it's cooled air or air that's been warmed from the system. And then there's a couple of rooms in the district where we don't have a forced air system. And in those particular rooms, we've added a HEPA air scrubber that is designed to exceed the capacity of that particular room as far as how much air it can turn over. So we have actually made significant strides in the air filtration systems that we're using. And we actually moved to that, the procurement of those back in the spring of 2020. So I feel good about the systems that are there as far as the ability to be a layer of safety to reduce the spread of COVID. However, though, the point about the air possibly being warm in a situation where you close the door due to the air quality index being high, that's something that would be remedied through modernization at that site.
You, Rob.
And I can comment about independent study. I would say when we think about the fall, or actually August 18th is the first day of school next year. Plan A is the hopeful scenario where all students are back returning for in-person instruction. That's plan A, that's our hope. Of course, we'll have to have contingency plans off of that, to respond to whatever the circumstances are. Part of that will include the continuance of our long-term independent study program that we developed this year. We're using this semester, the semester that we're in now, as really a review and a refinement. Some ideas that we're pursuing is how can we use what we've learned from virtual school and integrate it with independent study, for example? What students is the program ideally designed for? Who would it target? What supports do we need to make sure that the teachers are supported, that the students are supported, all those types of things. We've learned a great deal this year, both in the independent study program and in virtual school, and we want to kind of put those two together. But the short answer is yes, we intend to continue to offer our long-term independent study program that we implemented this year in a better, more refined version.
Thank you. All right, board, is there any questions or comments on this agenda item?
I think that there was one more question from the public. I do have one, but there was one more question about transmission rates. Did you want to get into that or refer them somewhere, or?
Let's see, transmission rates. Yes, it's true that the older the individual, this is where I'm just like kind of quoting like the speaker did, public health officials. It's true, the older the individual, it seems like it's more likely that they transmit the virus. So what we're doing is we're following all of the county, state, and federal guidelines to provide safe conditions for returning to in-person instruction. And Rob kind of alluded to it. He talked about the ventilation system as being one of the layers. We think of all of the things that we're doing as separate layers to provide safety for students and staff for in-person instruction. And so, yes, the guidelines are a little different for middle school than they are for elementary school. And our plan, frankly, it's a more modest plan. And part of the reason that we're not able to bring back 7th and 8th grade the way we would like has to do with just the fact that the speaker was alluding to. But we're following the guidelines that are different for each of the different age levels.
Thank you, Mike. Bridget, did you say you have some questions?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the two schedules that are in the presentation. And the reason why, I appreciate all the work and planning that's gone into this, but the reason why I wanted to bring it up was, a lot of the kids that I volunteer with at the middle school, if they're at SMS, they do not, because they're in EL support, they do not get an elective. And I was looking at the two schedules and, I know flex, I just want to clarify, flex is when students get their intervention. It's like a mini elective, and then elective is just like a regular elective. Is that correct? At CMS?
I guess that's kind of my understanding. So yeah, continue, please. Sorry.
Okay, so what I was wondering was, and then at SMS, there's tutorial. It looks like now there's been something added in the second schedule, which is targeted intervention. So I'm guessing that that's before everything in the afternoon was independent. So now I'm looking at this and I'm seeing targeted intervention. So I'm guessing that means that there's some teacher time or some other intervention happening then. But the sixth graders who have EL support at SMS will not have an elective of their choice. So no art, no wood shop, whatever other electives, computer, none of these electives of choice will they get. And if they don't pass to a certain level, they won't get it year after year. And I was thinking about it a lot over the last, few days, once I got this packet. And so I would like to know if there's a way for us to, since all the sixth graders are going to get reshuffled anyway. Is that correct in this? Because we have to pull kids out who are getting targeted intervention and then reshuffle the mix?
It's not going to be a complete sixth grade shuffle because again, the number of students both at CMS and SMS, it's kind of one cohort. So
at SMS, the sixth grade will get reshuffled within sixth grade.
Correct. But I guess what I'm trying to say, the number of students being reconfigured will have not necessarily all the all sixth grade class. And so that's what the sites have been kind of jumping on right now to plan to make that the least disruptive. But I'm just, yeah.
Okay. So what I was thinking was, could we, since we are, since this is the equity driven board that we are, doing equity work, I was wondering if, since we do pilots all the time, we're reinvented schools. We've had 2 different middle school schedules already this year. Could we use this as an opportunity to pilot a sixth grade elective of choice at SMS? Because it's a short period of time. It's just 1 grade level and they could kick the tires on the plan. Within the school, my priority, which I'm hoping the board's priority is similar, is that every middle we could work towards at some point in the very near future. Ideally by 2021, like next school year, 21-22 school year, that we could get every kid who's a middle schooler into an elective within the school day, right? Into an elective of their choice, plus the supports that they need for no extra money. That is the goal, right?
So Bridget, I'm wondering, so are you wanting this school year, the students who are in sixth grade who don't have an elective to be able to have an elective this year?
Yeah, because we're reshuffling sixth grade anyway.
I guess the answer I would provide to that is, as honest as I can, is I don't know. I don't think so. It's pretty unlikely to change the whole master schedule at this point, because this isn't really changing the master schedule. And then to try to, with the targeted students, that just adds another layer of complexity to something that's already pretty complex for this school year, because we're in the middle of it. So the honest answer is I don't know. And then my best guess is I don't think so.
Well, for the board, would this be a time to make a motion or to ask for this to go on to something quickly? So, because I feel like, how does the rest of the board feel about this?
I think that if we're moving towards an equity goal, we are living outside certain part of our population. We are not equitable. So that is an important goal. And it's not the first time we mention it either in I just mean twice in a normal and plus all the other special boards. And it's not the first time we talk about this, that there is quite a bit of a population that is not getting equal opportunities, equal things like the other kids. So it is important if we can remedy it as soon as we can. And I do wonder, as we are reinventing again the schedule for this little cohort, 80 students at SMS, we're making new classes, we're taking everything. If this is not a good opportunity, as we are pretty much reinventing the wheel for these 80 kids in particular.
Actually, Michelle, can I jump in with just a couple of other thoughts just really quick? So Bridget, I think I apologize for my kind of trying to reconcile this in my head, because I'm wondering if the conversation we're having about providing the elective and making that equitable, this is the wrong vehicle for that conversation. And I just want to point, the next agenda item is the MOU, which has the schedules embedded and negotiated.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, the reason why I'm saying it is because the schedules are presented as though they're equal. There's lots of language in them as about how fair they are and how like the instructional time's similar and this and that, but we're ignoring the issue about electives. And I feel like as a board, this is a really big deal for those 100 kids every year. And if this was done in 2011, that's 10 years, that's 1,000 kids. And if it was already a thing before, when they had block scheduling before flex, then it's even farther back. So I get it that it's like, it is the status quo, but I mean, this is the system that we have an opportunity to interrupt. So if we're not going to interrupt it now for these 6th graders, do we as a board, I'm asking the board, do you feel that every 6th grader in our district should have an elective of their choice, that it should not be where you live?
Bridget, I think you're asking kind of multiple things that I think are, I mean, they're all together, but different, right? So do we think all of them should have it is a different question than do we want to direct staff to change, like go back to the SEA, adjust the MOU, do we want it this year, right? So I think those, while they're related, are 2 different things. So are you wanting us to have a discussion in the future, like put an agenda item to discuss this idea of, do we feel, is it a priority for the board to have every student have it? Or are you wanting to change this year's reopening?
I am wanting to change what's on the schedule right now in front of us. I would like to change that. And, but I also am just trying to feel out the board. I think, Nancy, you mentioned to me in a prior meeting, in one of our development meetings, you said, don't talk to the staff, talk to the board. So I'm just asking you and Jeff and Michelle and Isabel, like what your feelings are on this, as kind of like to help me understand what the support is. And we can have a bigger conversation later if this today gets voted down because you don't want to do it, but then I'll just ask that we put it on a later agenda item. But in passing, I'm asking.
Yeah, so, okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so I appreciate your question, but but I want to be clear that I moved forward with the plan that is currently presented right now, and that's the motion that's on the table. Okay. The question about whether we should change right now for the rest of the time of something that's already been negotiated in an MOU, I don't feel comfortable in doing that, but I am committed towards planning for the future with that equity lens.
How far in the future are you planning for? Not the equity lens, but for.
Yeah, hold on. Let's let everyone kind of respond to the thought about this agenda item. Jeff, add your thoughts, and then I'll share mine, or I can share mine.
Go ahead and share yours. I'll follow.
Okay. I would say mine would be similar to Nancy's, that I think this is for moving forward for future years. I think this is a great part of our discussions of equity work, right? So like, what are the things that we're going to prioritize, right, in this work of equity? I think it is not realistic. Like that would be great if every kid could have one, right? I don't disagree with that idea, but I don't think it's realistic. And if we were to make that change, then we couldn't get it approved. And then those 6th grade students, if we go into red in the next week or 2, would not be able to return. So I'm specifically, because I want, so hopefully that makes sense. Go ahead, Jeff.
So I think I'm going to be a little deeper with my response and kind of put myself out there a little bit, because to answer your question, yes, I would want everyone to have equal access to, I don't even want to say equal access. I would like everyone to have choice in electives. I'm kind of wondering, I mean, at this point, I think we're dealing with the crisis, and I don't want to surprise staff, but I think the conversation that you're asking for to be, I don't want to be prescriptive to our communities either. And I'd like to be able to invite Sunnyvale Middle School into that conversation so that they have a fair, that they can, because they are, you know, the educational leader of that community, the parents in that community, get a larger conversation. But I also, this is the debate that I always have in my head as well, is equity is not the same, right? And I'm also looking for the long term. I want to make sure that we propel our students forward academically so they can enjoy their experience, like in high school or in middle school, wherever that progression happens. If we have to kind of load that work to keep that progression going so that they can have that experience. I mean, again, I don't want to make it sound like that's my answer either. It's just I want to have more of a conversation about that. And I don't think all the parties or all the communities that need to be involved in that conversation are here right now. And I don't want you walking away dissatisfied that we're avoiding the issue either. Because that, I think this has been on the table for a while. And I can appreciate the fact that it's been on your mind and you know, boiling. But I just want to make sure we have different goals for different levels, and sometimes it takes time, but I don't know, maybe you can respond to what I say, because I want to make sure I'm being clear, and you certainly open my mind on a few points too that I made.
Well, so like what I was thinking was that that it's a totally appropriate board level thing for us as a board to say, not like how they would do it, right? We're not saying you have to do exactly what CMS is doing, even though it's working for them. But, you know, if you look at what the program, what they've created, I don't think that it's fair that if you live on the other side of town, that you don't have access to an elective, right? Like, so the CMS kids, they get their intervention, they get their speaking and listening targeted intervention, and they get an elective. They can participate in music class or any of the electives that they choose. And to say that for this whole population of kids, mostly Hispanic kids in our middle school, that just because of where they live, that we're going to give them this separate but equal opportunity to an education, it doesn't work. You know, when I came in my first August, where it was the training, it was the staff training, and it was, you know, the board got invited. I think Nancy and I went. They had a case study that Nicole Anderson put on the overhead, and it was this little girl's, you know, educational history with the school district. And it started off in kindergarten and how bubbly she was, and first grade, second grade. And then you could see like the report card comments started changing, right? And all of a sudden in middle school, she didn't have an elective. And that was the first sign that she started checking out. And I just really feel very strongly that this is one of those policies of institutional racism. And it's, if we have come as far as we said we have, this is one of those hard decisions that as a board, we don't have to say, you need to do exactly this, but we need to say the overall goal is that every kid will get an elective and get the help that they need within the school day, not some extra period where their parents are going to have to get them there at a 0 hour or stay after school late, like within the school day. Because we know, and we do pilots all the time for curriculum. We do tests of things going on. I know CMS is not a pilot, but there is a system that works. So there's best practices out there. You could go all around Santa Clara County in the state of California and find out tons of models, but let's pick one. Let SMS pick one, but have it be like, not have the second class of citizens that gets a 0 period just for a couple classes, or not have it be like, well, you live at the wrong address, so you're never going to take art in our school system for 3 years. It's not fair. So we can address it now. We can address it for next year. We can address it for the year after. But I want to know from the board when we're going to address it, if you're willing to work on it, because it will be a hard conversation for the grown-ups in the room. And by grown-ups, I mean all the teachers and the staff. I know it's a big lift. So it's not something that I'm asking lightly.
I don't think most of the board, I mean, I think this is going a little bit on a tangent from our agenda item. So I think this is an important discussion, but needs to be continued later. I think most of the board doesn't disagree with what you are saying, but I think also if we were to like move forward with adjusting this, it then means those 6th grade kids don't get to come back this year. And to me, that
is that true, or is that just something that you're saying, Michelle? Is that just an assumption?
So if we don't open up probably in the next month or two, it's not probably realistically going to happen, right? So if we have to go back to the MOU and adjust the MOU, that doesn't happen overnight. That takes weeks, could take months. So if we don't approve tonight, we are saying 6th graders, you don't get to come back. That's my feeling on it. So it's not that I
know if that's true or if that's just your belief.
Okay, I just said that, Bridget, that's my thing. So I'm not disagreeing with everything you said about we need to do better and give them more. But I'm saying if we don't approve this tonight, then we're not giving them what they need this year, at least a little bit of it. And I'd rather give them some than nothing.
Okay, but I want to know from the district if that's true, if you believe that that is true.
Yeah, the next opportunity to approve an MOU would be in March, which would be, after our target dates to start. We'd have to really go back to the drawing board. Well, before we would go back to SEA, we would have to go back to the staff, redo the schedule. That's something, for example, when we did that at CMS, it took a year. I don't know that we can do that in a couple of weeks or a week and then start the MOU. I mean, I think it's just not realistic, to be honest.
And then Bridget and Michelle, if I can add one other component, I hear everything that you're saying. And there are other, and again, I'm really questioning myself just given our past conversations about equity and my stance on things. But I think the credential issue that we would run into by doing a mid-year shift right now could be problematic. We are in the first year of a meaningful CalSAS, which is the credentialing. And so we can't just spin up electives. And so, yeah, that's another, I'm sighing heavily. Unfortunately, that's another structural thing that's in play. But for us, it would be pretty either limiting because we'd have to relook at everything that, we'd have to work with the existing staff and their ability with their credentials. So it would be pretty disruptive on that end too, in the short term for that. So that's just one other point for consideration.
Well, then can I request that we have a discussion, in time for talking about this for even for next year? Or as expedient as possible?
So yeah, so that's what I was going to say is I think everyone wants to have this conversation. So I think, board, are we good at the next meeting that we could have this conversation, putting it on?
If it takes that long, I think it cannot be later than March that we start to actually not just start talking about, but actually have a plan to implement it on fall. I mean, make a real strong study how to implement it by fall, not just thinking that we're going to do a study that maybe in the next couple of years we can study the data and move around and hire and whatever.
I appreciate your position. Let's wait and have the discussion and see how that will unfold. I agree that this is it's a moment, but it's also a mindset inflection that and I agree that the point that Jeff made, that there are parties that are engaged that are not at the table right now. So we can put it on for a future discussion. I don't have any problems with that. But tonight, I feel strongly that we need to move forward with addressing the needs of our most of our students who have not been able to be engaged, and we can't delay that component of it because of the other additional complexities of staffing and an agreed upon MOU.
Great,
And
so we can vote on that, but I don't want to, I mean, I hope that this has been going on for a long time in our district, right? This is an inequity that's been going on for a really long time. And even though we can say as a board, well, you know, previous principals were asked and the staff said no, or previous principals, you know, couldn't make it work or didn't think it was a priority. This is us and this is 2021. So we as a board can say what our overarching goal is. And if another 100 kids have to go through that next year, you know, it's on the 5 of us, well, the 6 of us with Mike. So
do you have a timeline that you want to suggest? Do you have a timeline you want to suggest?
Well, I would like
Do you want to bring up a meeting for March?
I would, if March will make it possible for us.
Because if we want to have a special meeting over this, I will. Because what I want to calm down a little bit on this. I think I'm kind of wondering if we're kind of impinging a little bit on the norms and the agreements we've made. Because I think we need to understand that we're all speaking our truth. And we're trying to respect process. I do appreciate the immediacy of it, but I'm going to speak a little bit of my truth too, right here. Is I don't want to push back because I have a pretty good understanding of processes, and I also have an understanding of school communities, and I want to make sure I'm respecting communities. I also respect the fact that my ideas aren't necessarily the correct ones, and I want to make sure I bring all the voices into this. But I'm also, to be honest with you, I'm kind of feeling a little pushback, like we've been allowing this behavior, and I'm hearing a lot of communication that makes me feel like we're intentionally holding people back, and that was not the intention. So I'm feeling a little attacked, and it could just be me.
I'm sorry, it is not my intention to attack you. And I feel like, you know, after last week when we talked about everybody's growth, I feel like this, you know, I really felt like, you know, we've all grown, I think even just since last year.
I know, and I want to stress to you that I'm hearing you. I think everybody else is hearing you, but I think I've heard you mention that we're equity focused 3 times. And I've also heard separate but equal. I'm hearing these terms bring up that, you know, I really appreciate the immediacy of it, and I will follow any schedule that the board wants to bring up. I will attend special board meetings to talk about this because I want to serve our students and I want to talk about this. But like I was saying here is, you know, the school communities, because that's the other thing is I'm involved in school communities, and I don't like it when I have decisions made for me that I have to enforce in my own school community without my voice being put into it. And I also know the processes with this. And I know that these kids currently this year are not being served, and I want to get them back in school. And I'm, you know, again, I'm a little tired, so maybe I'm just speaking my truth, you know, and I just want to put it out there because I want to be authentic in the communication here too. And I'm feeling like if I'm feeling a little attacked, I'm feeling like other people might too. And that's why I'm just trying to be truthful.
I appreciate that, and I apologize.
Can I call for the vote?
Yeah, and then I think at the next available meeting, we'll have a discussion about electives at the middle school.
Okay. We probably need to tap on both communities, as Jeff said. bring the learned lessons from CMS and bring the community from SMS to tell us their experience, their learning in one hand, and the other one, how can we make it work? And involve them in the decision.
Yes, thank you for reminding that, because that was a great comment that Jeff made. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I
Are we
call for-
ready to vote? All right, all those, and so I'm going back to my agenda. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes.
I vote no. I'll just be the one vote of no.
Okay.
Mhm.
We are now on to item D. And before we actually move on, thank you, staff here, but I know most of the staff who's really been working on this is elsewhere too, so please pass along. You know, lots of people have been putting lots of work into this, and we are very grateful. Thank you. Okay, we are on to item D, approval of the memorandum of understanding. Oh, hold on a second. We were going to do recess, yes? I keep forgetting. Let's do a quick 5-minute recess, and then we will come back with D. So it's 9:21, so let's try to be back 9:25, 9:26, hopefully at the latest. Thank you. Isabel, are you there by chance just with your video off? I just sent her a text just to see if she's having any technical issues, maybe. Okay, we will continue on now with item 8D, approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Sunnyvale School District and SEA regarding return to in-person middle school instruction for the 2020-2021 school year. And I believe that's Jeremy.
Correct. Thank you. Yes, this, the title you just said is the document that's kind of the companion document to the prior agenda item. This MOU is designed to be an addendum to the elementary, the return in person for elementary, preschool, and special education that was negotiated and adopted in the fall. Again, I just want to highlight the fact that this middle school model is targeting 6th grade students with the highest need received in-person instruction. And so just wanted to make sure that it's not all students returning. It is targeted 6th grade cohorts. And then wanted to, again, the same shout out and thank you to the middle school task force teams, the instruction department, Mary Beth, Christina, Mala, and all of them. So yes, so I recommend the Board of Education approve the memorandum of understanding between the Sunnyvale School District and Sunnyvale Education Association related to middle school in-person instruction for this year.
Thank you. Board, is there a motion?
I move approval on accepting the MOU for return to school for this year. Middle school.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, public, if there's anyone who wishes to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. All right, I'm not seeing any. Board, is there any questions or comments on this item? All right, just I think everyone would probably say thank you, right? Thank you to everyone. You know, we've been saying that a lot of work has been going on this year, right? So thank you to all sides for the work that you guys have done to put into these. We appreciate it. All right.
Can I say one thing though? Like when I am commenting about the schedule, it is not to degrade or denigrate the work that's gone into this. And I think that people are operating within the systems that they know and that have been created for them, right? That have been created over time and, you know, reinforced and stuff. So my comment about that is not to say that I don't appreciate the work that went into this in general. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you, Bridget. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 I'm going to continue with my protest vote since they're a team.
Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to item E, approval of the child care facility lease amendments and the temporary lease rate reduction. Rob.
All right, good evening, board. At each of our 7 of our elementary schools, we have childcare services that have been continuing to run since the pandemic started. We have California Young World, which is a provider at some of our sites, and we have Catalyst, which you formerly knew as CDI or Continuing Development, running at.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
All of a sudden, we can't hear you, Rob, even though it says you're not muted. We stopped hearing you. We're not hearing you. But maybe it's going to work. You might have just hummed.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Hey, all right. Back to the party. Thank you. That was awkward. All right. So I don't know exactly where I left off, so I'll just continue. So we have childcare services at our elementary schools in the district, and they've been continuing to run during the pandemic and offering a very valuable service to our community. However, the programs that they offer have not been immune to the challenges that other organizations in the Valley and Sunnyvale School District itself has been experiencing. Particularly for them, the challenge that they've experienced is a loss of revenue through participation. And they've lost participation recently for for two different reasons. One of them being a loss of participation by force. And by that, I mean the cap on their number of pupils that they can have in each of their rooms. And then second is by parent choice, where some families perhaps have other options for childcare where they're more comfortable, or a parent may be working at home. So there's been a litany of things that have impacted their organizations. And I really do commend them for continuing to offer services to our community, and their staff workers have been on site really since day one last March. So seamlessly keeping that going. I mean, a couple of them shut down their facilities and operations just for a few days to get some protocols and pieces in place, but really they've been continuing to move down the road. And our childcare facilities that we have operate really under two different operating models. We have some that operate under the state subsidized model, which serves a population that's more highly concentrated who would participate in our free or reduced lunch program. And then there is the parent funded model at some of our sites. So interestingly, even if you have the same participation at both schools, the parent funded model is the one that has taken the more substantial hit. The programs where a subsidized program is offered, the state has actually backfilled a significant portion of their operating costs or the loss that they've had to keep them running, because the state acknowledges how valuable and how critical that service they offer is, particularly to those families in need. So that's one of the reasons why the proposal I have before you is actually not equal. It's to really focus on addressing the needs of the two different providers that we have. And even within one of those providers, they operate differently. So they have some sites that are kind of the pay to play, as I call it, and then the subsidized or parent funded and the subsidized models. So we've spent a lot of time working with these two organizations, and honestly, I'm impressed that they were able to continue full force. And I really think this is something they didn't want to come to us to do, because they value us as a partner in their operation. And to have made it 9 months through the pandemic, prior to really asking for, and it wasn't even a demand, it was an ask for a consideration on reducing the lease for a short term. And from both Catalyst and California Young World, the response when after Dr. Gallagher and I talked and let them know that we'd be putting this before the board, they were both very appreciative and excited, and just a couple of them have mentioned just how particularly Catalyst, who works in several districts, how they really do appreciate the relationship and the way that we communicate with them and the way we work. Whereas we don't really view them as a tenant, more as like just a person who lives in our house of us, basically, right? They're not just there for the short term, they've been there for the long term. We want to keep them around, and we all want to see them get through this situation. So with that in mind, it's my recommendation that the board approve the amendments, the second amendment to the Catalyst leases and the first amendment to the California Young World lease as presented before you.
Thank you, Rob.
I move approval on the leases as described, the First Amendment for California Young World and the Second Amendment to Catalyst.
Second.
All right. If anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. I'm not seeing any. Board, is there any questions or comments on this item?
I have a comment. I serve on the local planning council for Santa Clara County, and we're in charge of workforce development and early child care programs for family engagement. And this is such a valuable resource that we can't afford to lose them. Nationwide, as many as 40% of daycares have gone away, and they may not be able to come back at all. We know how important that this is, and it's been a long-standing practice in our district that we were early adopters in having childcare on our sites to meet the needs of our diverse community. So I appreciate the dialogue and the atmosphere that allowed this to happen, and I'm very appreciative that we can support this relationship at this time.
Thank you, Nancy.
Michelle, if I can just say a word. I want to thank and congratulate Rob for the relationship that he's established and maintained with these two partners, I would say. Not only does he manage the contracts well, we know he can do that, but he has really, just in the way he described it, you can tell that he articulates, I believe, the board's position and valuing of childcare services for our community. So he came to me with these concepts, and it was my strong belief that this was in line with the board's value of these partnerships and with the service for childcare. So I want to thank you, Rob.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Board, is there any other questions or comments? I was thinking the same words that Nancy said, that it's a valuable resource. And I love what Rob said too, right? They really are a part of, right? They're a part of our Sunnyvale team.
Mm-hmm.
We appreciate all that they do. Bridget, did you have a comment or? Okay. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We're now on to F. Thank you, Rob, for all that you do. We appreciate it. On to item F, approval of revised conflict of interest code and revised exhibit 9270, resolution number 21-07. Dr. Gallagher.
We're just going to keep on doing this until we get a passing grade. We thought we had fulfilled all of their requirements the last time. Pretty sure that we did what they asked, but they came back and they said it's not good enough just to list, in this case, assistant superintendent. We had to list assistant superintendent and the area. So that's the difference on this particular resolution.
We're just practicing growth mindset, right?
Yes. Yes, and I apologize for continuing to bring this back.
Mistakes just help us learn more. It's great. It's a great modeling. We appreciate it, Mike. All right, board, is there a motion?
Sure. I'll move to approve the attached resolution regarding the 2021. Oh no, I'm in the wrong one.
Yeah.
Ha. Okay, wait. What letter are we on again?
F.
Wait a minute. Okay, someone else. Oh, no, someone else has to do it. Oh no, I see it. Okay, sorry. I move that the board approve the revision of conflict of interest code and revised exhibit 9270, resolution 2107. I got it onto the other consent agenda item. Like I'd scrolled down too far, and I was like, this doesn't look right at all.
It happens to me sometimes too.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, public, if there's any public who wishes to speak on this item, then please use the raise hand feature. Not seeing any. Board, is there any questions or comments on this item? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to item G, approval of the 2021-2022 board calendar. Dr. Gallagher.
Thank you. So I have it up on my screen here, and so I'll just kind of walk through some of the key points here. First of all, wherever it says board development, Jesus and I will change that to governance team development because that's the new terminology that we use. The very first meeting you see is August 12th instead of the first Thursday of the month. The reason for that is that's a hugely important meeting in terms of the contracts that we put forward to get the school year started, and staff really needs that extra week. Plus, sometimes when we've polled before, the board has said they might be on, you all may be on vacation, but from the staff point of view, we really need that extra week just to get those contracts together. There's a note next to October 7th that we could perhaps switch the governance team development meeting from August 19th to there. That's sort of a choice. We put in on the schedule there what we, I think, did this past year. We had the governance team development meeting in late August, but we may want to do it later just to, I don't know, like for flow. So that's something that you all can certainly discuss. Let's see, November 18th is—
Mike, I have a quick question for that one. I mean, besides the idea of like flow and just the timing, was that all? Is it also like staff? Like, does staff want another regular board meeting in August? Is that part of that idea too, or just more kind of the flow and timing?
I don't, as long as we can have consent contracts on the meeting on the 19th, we're probably okay. I think on balance, now that you mentioned, I think we probably prefer a regular meeting there just in case there's, whatever to discuss, but
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so. Okay, so I'll go through the rest. November 18th is the organizational meeting. It says that. We note that February 21st to 25th is winter break. In March, we don't have it the 1st and 3rd. Instead, we have it the 2nd and 4th meetings. The reason for that is in March 15th is an important date in two worlds. One is in the human resources world and the other is in the business services world. So we have to have second interim approved by March 15th. So if we have an extra week, that's great. And then also in human resources, a large number of staffing decisions, including non-reelects, notification of temporary teachers, my whole former world, happens by March 15th. So if we can have an extra week, that's really extending the teacher tenure period by 1 week, which seems small, but it's pretty significant. So that's the reason for the March changes. And in June, LCAP is due in June. We have to have, there's the hearing, the first meeting, and the second meeting is the approval, and that's also the budget meeting. So doing it the 9th and the 23rd would be preferable for us. We realize, however, that when you move it to the 23rd, all of a sudden that gets into summer the way our schedule works. So we can make it work the 2nd and the 16th, but we're just putting that out there as well. So.
All right, board, is there a motion and then we can discuss after that? Or
I move approval of the proposed calendar of meetings for this next year.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item, if you could use the raise hand feature. Not seeing any. Board, is there any questions or comments?
So I had a question. What is the last day of school? And the reason why I asked this is that sometimes there's been a crunch for activities during that week. If a board member has a student that might be graduating at that particular point in time. So
Jeremy, are you scrambling to find next year's calendar?
I am.
So if I remember right, I could be getting the 2 years off when we approved, but I think June 9th might be the last day, that Thursday. It might.
That's what I.
Michelle, you are correct. That is that because of the extra day off in November, because it pushes it to the Thursday. So yes, June 9th is the last day of school of the 21-22 school year.
Okay. All right.
Jeff, is she graduating next year or two? What grade is she? Is she 6th or 7th grade this year?
7th grade.
So she is graduating next year. I couldn't remember if she just started this year or the year before.
Your memory of the calendar is very impressive, by the way.
Well, sometimes like numbers can just stick in my head. So that's why, like, I knew that one of the years ended June 9th. So it made sense it was this one, and I knew one was on a Thursday. Sometimes I just have random numbers in my head.
You have to remember promoted.
Yes.
That's true. The promotions here, but
My son graduates from high school next year, fingers crossed.
That's a graduation. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the graduation. That's the bigger one. So for personal opinion, I would prefer the earlier dates, right? I would prefer, the 16th already, we usually do the week. It seems like the last meeting is usually the week after school gets out. So that is my personal preference. But I also want to be supportive of staff. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels about those June dates. And everything else looks good to me. Anyone else bored?
When is Father's Day weekend that year? Sorry, just checking.
I know, that's great. I love it.
Because there's a big volleyball tournament that weekend. Poor Coburn. To go. Okay, I'm just trying to look. There's some trouble. Any of these dates will be fine. We'll make it work. It'll be fine.
I just saw it. Where'd it go?
Father's Day, June 19th for 2022. Is that correct? Is that what we're?
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm
Cool.
thinking too.
Excellent. Okay, it'll be fine.
Sorry.
and the reality is when conflicts come up, we acknowledge it and
Adjust if we need to later, yeah. So are we keeping the 2nd and the 16th for June then?
Whatever works best for other people. I'm flexible, so you
The advantage of that is it gets the year over with.
Yeah.
And it is our regular dates too. Not that we have to keep our regular dates, but I think when we can do 1st and 3rd, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other dates that people foresee now? I mean, yes, and Isabel, as Nancy said, this has happened probably each of us at some point, right? Something comes up and we say, oh, hey, actually I've got, we try to do it a few months ahead and say, oh, I've got this going on. And we try to adjust when we can. So this is not the set in stone, we can never change anything ever again, just so you're aware. But as far as it looks for everyone now, everything else looks good. Are we ready to vote on it?
So did you say the 18th of November is board reorganization?
That's the discussion meeting, and then the official reorganization happens in December.
Okay. Because we usually designate it differently.
Yeah, so the note says discussion on organizational meeting, and then the organizational meeting is December 9th.
Okay.
So
I
guess
hadn't moved it over fast enough on my.
no worries, you're good. So I think the other thing we just need to finalize is, are we doing the board development meeting, governance development on August 19th, or do we want to move that to the suggested date of October 7th?
Like I said, staff can do it either way. It's just if you think in terms of flow that you'd like to have it an organizational meeting or not a development meeting a little bit into the school year. Just preference.
I mean,
They're the same.
is it either or is it both? I mean, are we gonna have the dates the same? I mean, for either way, or are we supposed to choose one or the other?
We'll have a meeting on both days. It's just is one going to be a regular meeting isn't the right term, a typical meeting, and one be a development meeting. Which is which?
Preference.
Yeah.
So it sounds like board doesn't really have a preference. So I would say, Mike, whatever you think works best with flow for you and staff.
Let's-
I do, from past memory, I do feel like this, like the August one is often a little bit less of the governance development stuff and a little bit more study session related normally. Not that it has to be, right? I'm just saying from past, it's usually, you know, the ones at the beginning of the year are kind of usually more governance development and the ones later are usually more study session like.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that makes a preference for staff, like having a study session type thing in August, beginning of the year is more helpful, or waiting a few months in, or.
It doesn't really matter. I think it's fine like it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we can adjust later as needed.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Yes?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. And oh, there we go. We are now on to item 9. Well, all of item 9, the consent agenda items. Is there a motion?
I move approval of the consent agenda items.
A second.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on these items, please use the raise hand feature. And not seeing any. Board, is there a motion? I mean, not motion. Sorry, board, is there any questions or comments?
It's getting late.
Yes, sorry.
I have none.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to item 10, which is public comments on closed session items. And just to make note, the closed session, we just have one closed session item. It's conference with labor negotiator SEA and CSEA. So there's anyone from the public who would wish to speak on this closed session item, please use the raise hand feature now.
Daniel, deberías empezar a vestirte. A vestirte ya. Cepillarte los dientes, etcétera.
Well, you're not muted right now, just so you know.
Sorry.
You're good. No worries. No worries. Okay, I didn't see any public comments, so we will adjourn to closed session. Are we good going straight there?
Yes.
Is everyone good if we go straight there? Okay, does everyone have the link? Do we need to resend it? Okay, we will see you in a few minutes. Those who we don't see, thank you for joining with us, and thank you for being a part of our Sunnyvale team.
Thank you to Monica and Desmond. That is a wrap.
Of course, our pleasure.
Muchas gracias.
Sí, de nada, nuestro placer.
Yes, as usual.
Aaliyah, just a clarifying question. I noticed there's something on the calendar for next Thursday. Is that a regular board meeting or is it like a special? Because then there's not another one until March, right? Or am I
That's
wrong about that?
regular, right, Jesus?
The one for next week is a governance meeting. Right now, I don't see interpretation, but I'm going to check with the superintendent and I'll let you guys know by tomorrow.
Okay, great.
And
Awesome.
if you're available, great, just in case.
Yeah. Hopefully. Well
Hopefully.
deserved.
All right.
Yeah, but I'll find out for sure because
Okay.
I barely got to see him. He came out for air for 30 seconds and then he went back in his room.
All right.
One of those days. But thank you.
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
All right, you guys
Bueno,
take care.
to the next
Thank
one.
you.
Hasta la próxima. Adiós.
Bye, everyone.
It is like watching people like fly in from outer space or something, right? Like
That was a lot of like make co-host, so they can turn their cameras on.
Jesus, I'm glad you're working, and Aaliyah, I'm glad you're working from home tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
You don't have to drive.
We're all here, it looks like, right? Oh, and I forgot to get my agenda back open. All right, I reconvene to open session at 10:57. In closed session, we discussed conference with labor negotiator, just SEA. And then the future meetings is on Thursday, February 11th. We have our governance development at 6:30, and hopefully board members, I think we've gotten 2 emails, one directly from Mike, Sapita or Sapeta? Sapita?
Peter.
Sapita. Did everyone get that email from Sapita directly about connecting with a time to talk with her before Thursday? Did everyone? Jeff, you're making a face. Did you maybe not get it?
I don't recall getting that, so I.
Will you just look in case it kind of got lost? It would have come yesterday. If you didn't get it, will you shoot Jesus or myself an email and we'll
Well, it was yesterday, right? You said,
yesterday, yes.
which is kind of funny because I was going to send an email asking about that yesterday, and
And it was directly from her, so it could have gone to your junk mail. So if you don't find it, just let Jesus know and we'll get that to you. And then Jesus, you sent the other email, right? With some of the information, right? The agenda and stuff. Okay, so just want everyone, in case you didn't get either of those emails, let Jesus know so you can get those. And
I would for the meeting that's coming up, I would like to ask if we can put on the agenda to schedule a meeting in March, though, to talk about the issue that popped up today. To
so
have
you're wanting, I'm
an
not following what
equity
you're,
discussion on what we were talking about.
you're wanting to have a discussion on the 11th about it?
No, I was thinking on the 11th, I want to be able to identify on the calendar a time
Like
to meet.
finalize what date it will be on the agenda?
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should be able to do that. Yeah, Mike, finalize what day that will be on the agenda.
Even if we come up with a new board meeting. Because like I was saying before, I think it's an important conversation. I think it's a larger conversation than we were making it out tonight. And it's an important topic to bring up.
Yeah. So Mike, that will work if we'll be able to like finalize what date we'll have it on the agenda.
Yeah, so what I was going to do on Monday morning is sit down with cabinet and go through like the list of things and try to put things. There's a lot of topics we want to talk about urgently, this spring. So like try to organize those and then I can go over them with you and Bridget and we can decide if we got it about right.
Well, like I said, if it needs another meeting unto itself, because I'm in favor of smaller meetings rather than these marathon meetings, because this is killing me on Fridays when I wake up.
Yeah.
And but I mean, I'd like to discuss what Bridget brought up. I'd also like to talk about establishing norms, because I really want to clarify that. The thing is, I don't think immediately. I said I felt attacked. I don't want Bridget. I felt actually bad about my wording. I don't want her feeling like, Bridget, I don't want you feeling like I said you were like attacking me. I just felt kind of like there was a decision that was important to me and I had an equity mind on the decision and I felt kind of extorted in a way. It was like, if I don't make a decision, what I thought I was trying to be equitable and reaching out to students I wanted, then I'm not being equitable, and that's, it's kind of a frame I was not really comfortable with and I didn't want, because I was thinking this is a little sudden. But like I said, I do believe it's an important conversation. I don't know if anything's going to be decided that night too. And I want people to understand, because when we're having this conversation, I think it's important to have the norms, because I don't know if any decisions will be made that night either, because I think as we talk about it, because I have some ideas about this too, this is a larger conversation. And I'm talking about for our students, it might be larger than just Sunnyvale School District, because we have a partner school that we matriculate to. And I think part of my responsibility is I'm trying to prepare them for that matriculation. And I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to provide them with the opportunity you're talking about, only to have them suffer as a result when they go into the high school district. But we could talk about that later on too.
Yeah, so Jeff, I think conversations of norms is already a part of next Thursday. And so I think that opportunity to talk about that, not the specific topic of the, but of the norms.
Are we all okay with starting at 6:30 next Thursday?
I can make it work.
Well, it is complicated for me, but I think I can make it work.
Okay.
Anything earlier than 6 tends to get a little dicey for me, but yeah.
It's okay with me either way. I think that was just a request somewhere. If we keep it to 2 hours, then I think it's not a problem for anyone.
Well, I think it's 3 hours, Mike.
Oh, 3 hours. Oh.
Which is why we said 6:30.
That's what it was.
So it's not so late.
Yeah.
This board governance stuff is a lot of stuff. What, Jesus?
How about February 25th?
Right, same thing.
February 25th. Does that work for everybody in 6:30, or do we want to do 7 and then we probably would end up going till 10?
What if could we do another? So the other thing too is that so Isabel, you got a teaching Tuesday, Thursday, right?
Yeah.
So if it was earlier, could we do another day, and then is Jeff in a bind?
Well,
if I see it coming, I can schedule for it. And again, if I'm a little late, then don't panic. It's just me on the road or something. But
so that's the day that works for Sapita that week. So Thursday, but we could probably keep it at 7 if that's better for everyone. If everyone's okay with a 7 to 10.
Yeah. So today I was home before 6:30, but I think if I decide, I've been trying to teach from the classroom. I suppose I can teach from home those days, but still today, the computer that I was going to be teaching, just found out that it has no repair, so I need to buy a new one. So I prefer to teach from there. I suppose I'll have a new computer for next week, but it is kind of a bet if I'm not going to have any problem coming back at being here, log in, sitting down, calm at 6:30 instead of 7.
All right. So, Jesus, can we see if 7 o'clock works for the 25th?
Oscar.
Okay.
We'll still have time to adjust on the 11th if.
So what time on the 11th do we settle on?
6:30 was the time that we've already, so we'd have to go back and check with her. But if Isabel thinks she can make 6:30, I'd say let's keep this one at 6:30 since it was already scheduled. And then we'll hopefully do the other one at 7.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks everybody for your flexibility. Okay, I think that's everything for future meetings, yes? Jesus, do you have anything else you need from us? Okay. Thanks for keeping us all in line. We appreciate it. All right, I adjourn our meeting at 11:06. Thank you, everybody.